Oh yes, Ben was an unintended spook. I still don't know if it's canon or not. Also, I got hit by the deer, but I never really got
The eerie quiet of the morning.
Ah.
The missing sound tells you all you need to know. There will be no bells today. There's no church left. Cards are now up.
Ooh. What does fucking character sound like again? The ongoing mystery of fucking this character's accent. Ah, well, father. Think it's somewhere around there. Aye, that's about right. We'll see how long we keep it for. Probably no time at all. I'd probably drop it and go straight back into fucking Scottish at a moment's notice. That would be consistent with what I've been doing so far. Right. Guess we best be about it then. Shit me, the bottle fucking cracked in my room, and that scared the shit out of me. Fuck me. What the shit was that? There's like a Coke bottle that just decided that was the time, just when I reached towards the door, that it was going to snap. Fuck me, I'm jumpy today. Oh, I'm going to get got, I can feel it. Blessings of the Father on you. Father Andrews? Still not used to calling you that?
A blessed morning, perhaps.
Oh, what a rancid state of it's all been. Did we ever figure out who did it, or is the Father punishing us for our misdeeds? Oh.
I have my suspicions on who it was, and should they be true, they already are dead.
Well, I suppose there's no sense beating about the bush with it. Is today the day, Father?
Today the day for what?
Well, that you kill me. Yesterday I attacked that witch hunter and I knew damn well what I was doing. As far as I'm told, the man was hired on to kill Stiora, and he's been doing anything but. Brought derision to our town, people lost faith in the church, and... well, I have no doubt in my mind that if he'd have done what he was paid to do, then we'd be... a few more citizens. Well, stronger in what's left of this community.
Do you smell that, Stephen?
The ash, the air, the blood. What is it?
A smell blew in last night during my vigil. A foul smell. Smell of rot. It's a sign from the Father himself. This town is rotten to the core. There is no saving it.
I came to much the same conclusion myself.
As for your transgression, I have an idea, should you be willing.
At this point, though I won't say it to anyone else, I'm more or less convinced that we're bound for the grave. If I'm to die, it's to die in first service of the Father. And then he will judge me right and true.
I have been reading through the tomes, through everything. I have an idea. I wish to recreate the offered son. We've gotten so into churches, so into all of this. Do you realize that the Father, when he offered the Son, had built a wicker altar in the forest.
Leave them be.
That doesn't sound like a church to me. Perhaps we need to return to its roots, show him that we are still listening.
Well, I dare say it's a better plan than any I've heard, but plans of what to do right now are few and far between. Though I am loath to turn to more bloodshed. But I share in your concerns. It turns out there's been an awful lot we've forgotten. An awful lot that we've forgotten has gone missing.
That we have.
Perhaps if we
Is there something wrong with her today?
Perhaps if we do recreate that truth. Perhaps you're right.
As the father spilt the son of the blood, and it seeped into the ground, the eyes of the watchers and the witnesses were opened to the true paradise. I feel like that is what is needed again. If you do not wish to, I believe the boy Owen will be killed regardless today. He did assault people in the streets. I will ask him if he wishes to repent.
Right. It may well be that a conversation for later.
Apologies.
Very well.
Looking over what remains.
Aye.
In the
And we all.
meantime, I must find the regent.
To think we had just treated it for termites yesterday.
Aye. It seems rather silly now. One other thing,
Blessed
though.
day, brother.
Blessed day. If the people of the forest, the vagabonds, are to be believed, then there once was a schism. You're right. Perhaps all of this is happening because people have grown too close together. The severance again might be what's needed.
I agree.
We are watched.
I must also speak to the witch, as much as I would not like doing so. I at least have a couple of bargaining chips this time.
The trees behind you. There was someone up on that precipice watching us.
On top of the ridgeline, or the one that goes to the graveyard?
On top of the ridgeline above the graveyard. Between those two trees. The face. He caught me looking at him and moved away. I wasn't even sure you could get up
I'll
there.
take note of that, and you can. I will take note of it. I have preparations to see to, unfortunately.
I'm sure you
And I
do.
need to speak with the regent.
But perhaps I might
Consider
accompany you.
my... Very well. You may consider my idea. Like I said, I would wish to see the boy's soul redeemed. Yours is already, as far as I know, pure, even if your conscience heavy.
That it is. We should speak with the regent then. See what there is to be found.
And there he is.
So, what judgment will be had for the man who tried... the pious man who tried to club my head in last night?
I am going to look to recreate
Don't
the
think I
ritual
didn't
of the
see
offered
that.
son. If the boy that attacked you originally does not agree to it, then perhaps the brother will.
Zachariah,
I don't know.
I was with the previous father when he called for your aid. He wanted the death of the witch Stiora. We went and fetched you. Promised to pay you a high price to see her dead. You've been here many days, knowing Stiora's in the woods, and yet you've been tearing our town apart.
Do you smell that?
Many which did have faith in
Because
her.
after everything I have seen,
Wafted in as was
I could
in the
not be
last
sure
months.
that this was a single witch's action.
Smell.
Understand what I've seen in this town has not been seen in any other.
I understand that I saw you put women proved innocent by your own hands, endangered during the lake. The church caught fire, and when I rounded the corner, you were killing more of our people in the street. These,
I have killed no one in your town.
not for want of trying.
If I wanted Owen dead, I would have shot for the heart. And I did not strike the other, Simon. Do not attribute malice to my actions where there is only self-preservation. I am acting carefully, because acting rashly will get me and everyone who goes out to get Stiora killed.
Leaf on it.
I'm trying to help your town with as few casualties as I can. If you'd rather me rush into the woods with a militia of your townsfolk for them to be torn asunder by hexes and spells, I will not do that.
I had no wish to do anything to you.
Go ahead.
Perhaps I reacted rashly in the moment.
He was speaking with Jerome's sister.
Aye,
For what it's worth, I regret it deeply.
you did. Be glad you did not stain your hands with more of my blood. One wound to my head is already more than enough. I have final preparations to prepare, and we still need to construct the pyre. Stiora has abandoned her camp. Nina is unseen. I went to put counterspells out there last night, and when I went to seal their cauldron, there was no evidence of anyone in that camp.
So she's fled.
Someone in your town is helping that witch.
If you can, attempt to get her to talk to you.
I believe it.
Try your best. At this point,
What make you of the...
Now, if you'll excuse me.
of this fella? The vagabond who's turned...
As it stands, his soul is reclaimable. He's not committed the crime of witchcraft as he tried to claim he did.
Fair enough. Zachariah,
If he has been doing anything untowards in your town, it's not been of his own volition. It's been a pawn. Hexed by Stiora.
Zachariah, I'm not sure any of us are getting out of this. Please know that anything I do is done with honest belief that it serves the Father and his people. If I have misjudged, then I apologize.
Very well. Then keep in mind the same as I.
Aye.
I come to these towns to help people, not to leave them ruined. What happens to you is in the hands of your father. I have no authority over your church, and I am here on your grace.
Then perhaps you should know something further. The old father, Father Stevens, when he told us to go to you, he said you were a man of controversial means. I was not judging you based on what I'd seen, but based on the comments of that man.
There is always great controversy when your investigation points eyes at local churches as well.
My point is that even the man who
I
went to
will
hide
freely
you
admit,
wasn't sure about you. That's all I was saying.
I care not what my reputation is as long as it is thorough. And I will freely admit, good brother, I have burned priests before who have been riches masquerading as holy men. That alone causes controversy.
Very well.
But I would not have done so if I had not found it without reasonable cause to do so.
Time may come we see the pyre as a mercy base instead of what's happening to this town. What's going on?
Get the shit off me. Flowers. For a dead pig. Oh, you're funny.
Is this what I think it is?
Tell the room.
You pick up the
Or we are not okay.
see that there's a
Thank you for
small,
following, Jackal.
crumpled up note attached to the side of it. Seems to be in Kaylin's handwriting. It says, I heard about what happened with the pig, and I'm sorry. I know I can't replace it, but I'll do what I can to help.
I don't care what this is, pretty flowers or what. I just want to know what happened. You know what happened.
What
Mr.
do you
Soul,
mean?
Yeah.
remember what happened to you as well, but you cannot explain. You don't remember anything. It's the same as them.
How do I know if that's
Released.
actually you? Were you replaced as well?
Edward, please.
She's been
I don't know
accounted
if she
for.
sold her body to the fucking devil, Nella. Look at her.
Edward, she's only trying to be kind. I don't know what's happened to your cell, but I'm sure.
Good rancher. By my own investigation, this one has not committed the crime of witchcraft.
And that's from the witch hunter, Mr. Soul. I understand you're trying to do the right thing, Miss Kaylin. But the man is stressed. He's trying to keep us all alive.
I must find the brother Andrews and begin our preparations.
Take her
Good
in.
brother, I ask that you help in beginning to construct the pyre.
Unfortunately, what firewood I'd gathered was burned
Keep
along
your
with the rest of
money.
it.
I don't want anything from you.
I'll have to go about it again.
Nella.
Very well.
Yes. I will be at the ranch in a moment. I'm being asked for by Mr. Harcourt.
Alright. Do you think?
What did you mean by replaced as well?
What am I supposed to do with flowers? Fuck.
Mr. Soul, what did you mean by replaced as well?
I'm sorry, I'm not very fluent in body language.
Well, Stephen,
Oh,
It's a mighty complicated thing, you know.
I don't know if it's my story to tell.
Very well. Mr. Soul, we all wish the best for you. Please know that. And we'd all see an end to this bloodshed and anger.
Oh, you smell like shit.
The whole town smells like shit.
They come from right next to the mines, they probably do.
Flowers for a pig.
Just the other day you were taking a bath for the first time in however long, and now you're commenting on the smell of others. You've grown, Mr. Soul.
Oh yeah, so it's from me. That's bad, you know. If it's coming from me, it's real
Ah,
bad.
the homegrown.
Clive, if I might a moment of your time.
Ah, Jerome.
Brother
Sure
Stephen,
thing.
I'd like to talk to
Just
you.
over here.
Certainly. Well, if you wouldn't mind accompanying me, we've got you in need of that axe. This,
Very well.
Asking if you could
witch hunter who could gather yet more wood for a pyre.
I don't mind helping the church, but I am a member of the guild and I'm obligated to ask for payment, though with these times I don't mind taking, working for tip.
Aye, well, I'm sure we'll be able to sort something out. Yeah.
Simply pay what you think is fair. I'm
Honestly,
sure that you would be...
anything that gets that witch hunter out of this town is going to be a saving. The man's 50 crowns a day for his services. And not one witch he's found.
He's certainly killed a lot of people, though.
I'd like to show you something, Jerome.
Alright.
This may not be news to you at all, but I'd have your opinions on it. I had a chat the other day. What a thing it was with the Lord Regent. Span a frightful tale, he did. Of manners and things not quite appearing where they're supposed to be.
Ah.
Of ravines, of secret passages and things moving that shouldn't rightly be moving, and well, all manner of sorts. I don't know if you remember, but a while ago, must be a couple of weeks now, people were saying they saw something of a light beneath that waterfall over yonder. I learned sense from others that there's a cave back there. I've learned since that the Regent believes that that cave somehow connects all the way back to the manor. That's a bloody long tunnel.
It would be, yes.
There's something in the water, pulling people down. There are statues watching us from atop the mountains. Jerome, whatever this is has been in Blackwell for longer than, well, Blackwell. Whatever this is, it's underneath us. It's beneath the ground. The whole land is blighted. Let me show you something.
I don't understand. It's only just recently begun, hasn't it?
We found a body in the mines yesterday. You and I.
I was there. Yes.
Birthed from the ground. Why did we settle here? People are hearing voices.
I don't know.
People are going white in the eyes and they're not remembering anything that they're doing. And back here, so it's said, Miss Fairfax hears the voice of the Father. Many people heard voices last night upon that dock. Strange sounds. There's something here, and there's something here for a long time. and it feels like it's expected us. Last night when I was in the Regent's place, we saw more apparitions. Buxton near jumped out of his skin. A strange figure in the dark with white eyes and mouth appeared behind the Regent and then disappeared, as if it was never there. Something is here. Do you have a cellar in your house?
Yesterday. A cellar? No, well, all of, even my lowest stories below, above ground level, that is.
That's good. I'm half thinking that there might be something crawling in.
You mentioned yesterday, something to do with... You were concerned when we went into the mine, and you seemed to actually want a pagan there.
Yeah. Father Andrew has a plan. He's been reading the texts. Turns out, the sun was offered upon a wicker pyre. Doesn't sound anything like it. Like a church. And if the pagans to be believed, once the mother, the father, were were part of the same thing, the same religion, for the father cut it off. It's been observed that when we've gone out at night, we've only been safe. There've only not been incidents so long as a member of both faiths was present. A holy man, both. Last night, when we were in the Regent's place, I was there with Marcus, I think his name is. A vagabond who's turned against his sister. A devout man calls me a holy one. And knoweth nothing befell of us, the same as when we walked out into the swamp 2 nights hence. It seems that there might be, if this is all to be believed, protection in having members of both present. Father Andrew believes that this convergence may have reignited the evil that the Father once fought to save us from. He wishes to reenact the offering, the offered son. Drive back the schism and reaffirm our convent. I'm not really sure what to feel about that.
Or death.
It's madness. All of it. Even the Father Stevens, who sent us for that witch hunter, doesn't believe in him. He said, before he went to get him, that the man was controversial, looked down upon by many in the church. May have been a desperate attempt to save face, but I even confronted him on it now. He was hired to kill Stiora, and Stiora remains living. Puts our own people at risk, and now more are dead because of it.
What of Stiora? Isn't she the witch? The one asking for hair and fingers.
Aye. The one, that even Marcus, her own brother, saw evil in and fled.
Marcus. I can't help but notice that he's missing a finger.
Yes.
Willingly given. Wasn't that the terms?
Can rightly tell you. I don't know if I can trust the man or not. He's either the source of the utmost terrible truth, or he's deceiving us all. He knew Ezra was a pagan. I caught him when he came to collect her. And it is a she. Turns out they've been hiding that from us the entire time.
Wait, Ezra?
Ezra, the bard. They were a woman, and a pagan at that. Hiding in plain sight. Or at least she was, until Brother Andrew killed him. I'm not sure. Presumably she fell into trouble with her own kind. Allegedly she pretended to be a man because it was safer for her on the road that way, and that I can understand. I hate beyond words that the only plan I have that's been offered on how to deal with this is more bloodshed of our people.
It's not really a plan, is it?
It's a vague hope at best.
It's a shot in the dark.
It's a shot in the dark that leaves us with 2 hands less. All because a man was pissed off that a witch hunter put his innocent wife in danger. That's no sin. I struck the man myself. Damn wish I'd finished him. I've made my peace with him for now, but...
You're dead. If you were the one to do that, you'd be in the same position as those 2 poor boys.
There has to be a better plan. Something we can do. But come, we must gather wood for the pyre. Believe these trees back here look as good as any. I chopped a load the other day, but they went up with the church.
Fair enough.
This dastardly fog. It's like even the day isn't sacred anymore. Blackwell seeps into everything.
Sorry, I haven't cut a tree before.
No, I hadn't until the other day either.
Hey DM, am I able to cut trees, considering my profession? 1 moment. Sorry.
No, I should probably clear off. Well, at least stand aside, at least.
Right, it would be bad if it fell wrong.
So I've been ever so curious to know why it was you were on the road with the others the other morning.
I ran into them. I was going out for a morning walk to clear my head, and, well, I suppose they were on their way back from the manor at that time.
Fair enough.
Is what I've been telling people.
And the truth of it is,
I followed them. Tricky thing is, I followed them. I was...
Guidance in the past.
No. Oh, but maybe he can. I think he can help me.
I've cut trees before. I reasoned that it was something you just do as a kid. Getting wood for the fire and that sort of thing.
Yes, I never did. Do you mind showing me?
Yes, of course. Well, what little I can. As far as I can tell, from watching others and giving it a crack myself, the trick is to cut in at an angle, and then the opposite angle, and so on and so forth until you cut a wedge, and then the full thing comes clear.
Oh.
Well, make sure
I suppose that's simple enough.
You use your full body to do it. I dare say I nearly threw my shoulders out doing it the first time. But it's simple enough.
All right, I'll give it a shot then.
So, how much of what the Regent tells me is true then? Were there statues moving?
What did he say?
Was Lady Blackwell there and talking to things that weren't there? Was there a ravine that shouldn't be there? A great gorge with rope?
Yes. You will be able to cut the tree. You'll be exhausted afterwards. There's been some...
Any more questions?
Was it decrepit on the outside and like new on the inner?
I believe so. Everything was covered in cobwebs, though.
Did the church lie unused, save for one chair?
One more time?
Did the church lie unused, in disrepair, save for one chair?
I didn't go into the church that time.
Well, I dare say that that's enough to firm suspicions. A rancid thing this is.
Rancid indeed. But at least we know the Regent's not lying to you.
We do. Forgive me if I'm keeping my eyes on the ridges. The loading of these statues has got me quite uneasy, and I saw someone overlooking the town up there this morning. They were up on that tree line up there, gazing down at me and Father Andrew, while we went about our morning business. I looked up at them and they darted away.
I see. The witch, you think?
No. They had the aspect of a man.
Aspect of a man.
Do you even think that killing this witch will do anything?
No.
It pains me to say I'm of the same mind. I know it's the right thing to do, but...
I don't think it's going to fix this problem, though.
Not if it's been here as long as I fear it has.
I get the feeling that she's been exacerbating things with her witchcraft, but I don't have anything to confirm that. Timber.
Well done. I'll help you get these logs over. I get the feeling That she's like the witch hunter in many ways. Here to make a lot of money of people who are scared.
Or whatever it is she's after.
Fingers.
I used to hear stories when I was a boy of witches who would trick you into deals and take your soul.
Aye. I think we've all heard those.
You don't think there's any merit to those, do you?
Jerome, a month ago my life was certain. I had a path. I had a book, I had a creed, and I had a village. I don't know what I have now. At this point, well, I don't think there's much sense ruling out anything, do you?
No, I guess not. Let me take one of those, at least.
Oh, well, you'd put all the work into, Oh, how do you do this? There we go. Oh. Fucking hell. Oh, I don't know how this works. There we go, that works.
Wonderful. Just wait for two. There we go.
Let's get these squared away by the church. Would I know of your sister? I presume I would.
Of course.
Then I'll ask if she's well.
Secret? She's stable.
It must be frightfully awful, having something like this to look after when everybody's looking after their own skin. You're a good man for it.
Anyone would do the same for family.
Brother Andrew, are you quite all right? It's my father.
Just have a bit of a cough. Nose is kind of sore as well. Other than that, I'm quite alright.
What are you holding there?
You will notice he is holding a wicker altar.
Oh. Glad to see plans are proceeding well. We're readying the pyre ourselves.
Very well. Owen has volunteered himself, though. You do not have to.
As a...
What? Well...
Volunteered himself how?
Where I, at least, am recreating the offered son. I went to Owen, who is going to be killed no matter what today. You can't attack someone like Mr. Bane in the streets and expect to get away with it. I offered him a chance to redeem both his and Simon's soul, should he agree to be the sacrifice, the son, in this ritual. And he agreed.
Nice. That's very noble.
Father Andrews, you understand the pyre must yet still be constructed for the witch Stiora.
I do. This is unrelated.
Very well. Then we'll continue building the pyre.
Where is it to be built now? We've got the logs ready.
Well, it shall be built in the square in front of what remains of the church as it was originally to be built.
Well, there's not much to catch fire to it now. I nearly threw my back out gathering the wood yesterday. Pains me to have to do it again. But such is the way.
Normally it would help to have a few days to do this. I shall assist you.
Thank you most kindly. I can't say either of us are accomplished woodsmen. I don't suppose.
Neither am I, however, many hands make heavy work light.
There's wisdom in that, to be sure. Tell me, there's not much use keeping a secret of it now. Have you worked with a heretic hunter before?
In the past, I have, but not the one that I have seen here.
Thanks, Jerome.
Of course, our jobs are surprisingly unrelated in most capacities. I try people for a crime of witchcraft. Heretic hunters and inquisitors try them for the crimes of blasphemy and heresy.
Aye, he's been a busy man.
As it stands, being acquitted of the crime of witchcraft does not acquit one of the crime of heresy or blasphemy.
So it seems. Well then, I dare say this won't be enough wood
After
for
all.
the work.
Now, let us continue. Where have you been gathering the wood?
From by the water.
Very well.
Near where Miss Fairfax claims to speak to the Father.
And as I have said before, that is not a matter that I investigate. She passed her trial of water. She's not a witch.
What's that up there?
What?
A thing on the ridge.
I see it as well.
What?
Bright
The
pink.
pink thing? It's a flower.
Oh,
Looks like.
can't remember seeing it there before. How strange. I walk this road every
We're
morning.
not here to pick flowers. We're here to gather road.
No, you're quite right.
Here to gather wood, are we not?
That we are. Still, though, whilst it might not be a matter that you investigate, what on earth do you make of it?
I say, in my own personal opinion, it's damn near blasphemous.
I'm near enough of the same mind.
And if it's not blasphemous, it's just another bout of madness that I've seen others untaking.
There's an awful lot of
Roland
people
himself seems
hearing
to lose
voices
himself often.
by the water, don't you think?
I've not heard people talking about voices by the water.
Ah,
Have you?
I have.
Something that's not been mentioned to me then.
There's so much to mention. Any one of these instances would have been news for the whole town, not a month ago. Now it's all by the by. Our everyday is becoming ever more damned.
I unfortunately tucked myself out working on that last tree. I will have to ask that one of you do it. Feel free to use one of my tool here.
I can attempt. I can't promise it will be a clean cut.
My back still hurts from doing it yesterday. But I'll do what I must.
And gather some kindling.
Aye,
Gather kindling.
that's not a bad idea. There's plenty of branches about.
Get branches off the ground. Exactly.
Right. The way Brother Stephen showed me was cuts at diagonals like that, until you make a wedge, and then the tree will form on itself.
This is such a weird stalemate. This is such a weird stalemate that we've got going on right now.
See what I can manage. Did suffer a strike to the head. Hopefully my aim is still good.
I'm going to rest myself.
By all means, do so.
Just a moment.
Recreating the offered son. What on earth are we to make of such a thing? What was that? Aye.
To help save the soul of, well, quite a few people in his mind. I myself am not sure of it.
I do believe...
It's not my job to redeem souls.
I do believe it's possible to become too accustomed to killing. What the fuck was that? The archer?
For me, it's a necessity.
Aye, that it is. At least your necessity demands a trial. Rather fancy Father Andrews takes things into his own mind. That'll do.
God's my head.
I could take over if needs be.
I just need a moment. I think that mace did more than I thought.
Ah, yeah, no. I think this fog might have set in something fierce.
Alright, it's clearing up.
Thereabouts.
I'm not going to be looking in the direction of your waterfall anymore.
Really? Because it was, looking across the water that did it for me. Something in the air.
Maybe it's both.
So speaking of merrier things, what you gonna do with your sister once you're all well and restored, as it were? I'm sure it won't be long before she gets better.
And to be honest, she's been sick her whole life.
Well?
Hopefully, hopefully the country air improves her condition, and once she's well, I think we'll go on a trip.
I dare say we all will after all this. And what of you, dear witch hunter? Where are you called to? Move on. Do you have no family nor place to call home?
No, outlived everyone, and I've no need for a traveling companion. Besides, I doubt anyone would like to travel town to town, week to week.
Perchance it's time you took an apprentice.
I do think I am getting too old for this shit. Maybe I will.
And what makes a good witch hunter?
Someone with a keen eye, who can read people. Who can tell when they're being lied to.
Well, I dare say you've been met with many lies here. I thought I knew these people. I prayed with them. Ate with them, broke bread, and tried to cheer them up when they were feeling sour.
Every person I've spoken to has spoken in half-truths and misdirection. But that is common wherever you go.
And certainly to one such as yourself, I'm sure.
Let me put it like this, dear brother. As I said to Miss Fairfax, a woman who's, by all accounts, the most pious of your town, I have heard better prayers from more vile witches.
Well, good on you, Master Witch Hunter. I have space to carry you.
Suppose
it's our
What I
time.
need is a apprentice who knows how to Sort the filth from the truth.
Any idea how you'll find Stiora now?
If I must, I'll search every inch of the woods.
Well, I certainly wouldn't recommend it. You must have seen many strange things since you came to this land.
Yes, most certainly.
What'd you make of the Regent's theory that there's tunnels beneath the town?
I'm surprised there aren't more sinkholes.
Well, there's a good few, recesses, shall we say.
Yes, I think perhaps you should be wary of ground collapsing out from under you if that's the case.
I dare say the ground's falling out beneath all of us.
I mean it in a more literal sense.
I follow. Is it just me, or is it getting dark already?
Despite being summer,
Midday.
yes,
Must be the tiredness.
it's summer yet the day here moves strangely fast.
Then let me ask you this.
I
Sorry, go on.
was just going to say, I think the smoke from the fire yesterday is still clinging to some of the trees.
It may be. So with all the heresy that's laid foot here, there's a theory going round town that even if we survive all this, the church won't let us live. What say you to that, Master Witch Hunter?
Between my investigations and the Inquisitor that walks around this town, the heretic hunter, as you call him,
Aye.
I believe you'll have more than enough counts to protect the innocent.
Well, that's as well, at least.
I doubt the church would come down on a town so harshly after such events as these.
We can but hope.
Especially if they have those who are willing to attest to the souls here.
We should store these in a barrel, so they don't get wet.
Yes.
Right.
There must be an empty one around here somewhere. I can't see the blacksmith's got much use of hers.
I suppose that's true.
Gave the regent a right seeing to. His head's a mess.
It is. Foolish mistake, though. Obviously, it cost him lives.
What's happening over here?
Storing some lumber.
Gathering firewood.
Oh, you need help?
I think one more should do
Just
it.
finished up, actually. Really? Oh.
That's what I was told.
You're good.
Yes.
May I ask why you've
We
taken
wish
to
to
carrying
help,
the
it would be
bag around?
appreciated.
I'd scarce see you without it.
Well, this is how you know that it's me. I'm the one with the bag. Alright, and that's why I carry it around everywhere. It's got all my worldly possessions that I care for. That way no one steals it.
Right. Well, I'm
I
sure.
couldn't get a normal backpack like everyone else, so I just got a giant leather one.
Well, I'm sorry that you couldn't be furnished with better goods.
Oh no, we need cloth for bandages, leathers for bags. Everyone knows that.
Well, whatever brings you comfort in these trying times. I hope you're feeling
Absolutely.
a little bit brighter after that altercation this morning, Mr. Soul.
Oh, don't mind that, none. I just woke up on the bad side this morning.
Is there a good side in Blackwell?
Yes, Stephen, there is. There is a good side, and we'll find it.
Here's hoping.
Absolutely.
Edward.
Hey,
What's
Jerome.
the word, by the way?
Would not get far without his axe.
True, however, he knows where we're going.
He does.
As it stands, I'm growing rather sick of this town.
I think this town's growing rather sick. Period.
I hope you take no offense, good brother, but I don't believe I'll ever be returning to this place once I've finished my contract here.
Well, be that as it may, I pray that there's still a place you can return to, even if it doesn't take your fancy.
Yes, between the rumors of devil fever in every town and city now, and, well, the more mundane pressures, I'll find someplace.
That is a point that I've been quibbling, I suppose. Blackwell is a town beset on all sides by all manner of devilry. And yet it seems to be a sanctuary from the fever. Perchance he protects his own.
Perhaps it's the isolation. So far it cannot reach here yet. It had not yet reached Artillion by the time you found me as well.
I see someone moving behind the houses, moving at a bit of a pace. There they are. You're quite alright charging about like that.
You need to speak with me?
I have visited my camp to retrieve an item there. I did not see my sister there, but you may do what you want with my sister, but the other two amongst her, I must speak with them and converse. They are as much as my flock as they are. Two men, a warrior from long past, and a wise man. He has been with my family for a long time.
This fog is definitely getting thicker.
Stand in our way.
This fog is definitely getting
I cannot
thicker.
assure you
Am I
of
imagining
the
that?
warrior, but the other trusts me, and I know him well. I merely need to
Jerome,
convince him that's
allow
my
me
sister.
Do you fancy that the fog
rephrase
is getting
this.
thicker?
Now that you say it, seems it is.
It does feel that way, doesn't it?
Regardless, allow me to rephrase, Vagabond. For their own sakes, ensure they do not get in the way of our retrieving of Stiora.
I won't do
I'm going to
so.
get a head start on this.
I just must speak with them
Thank you.
first.
Then I'll not hold you. Have your conversation. Convince them. I'd rather hate to cut them down.
Oh, that doesn't bode well at all.
You're right. The fog is getting thicker.
I know, I could have sworn that I could see further across the place. Well, there's nothing
It's going
unusual
to make
about a
tracking
fog
down
setting in.
Stiora more difficult. No, it's just a matter of making it difficult for the work I need to do. If I'm to find this witch, would prefer better visibility than not.
Well, what hides her conceals you also, I'm sure.
I can only hope she's not put out certain hexes in the woods then.
Aye, that and traps besides.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of any water devilry in your travels?
Waterish devilry? Yes. Witches can poison whales quite effectively. Not even needing to touch the water to taint it.
And what say you to the,
I have a thought, by the way, about something before you head off.
Yes.
Our well, it was
What was that?
tainted yesterday. The smell of a fetid corpse, much like the one we uncovered from the mine. The only thing is, if that's somehow connected...
Brother Andrew.
Something we can do for that.
Brother
what
Andrew.
we can do then is we can take a iron rod or a hot poker, something for a fireplace, heat it up till it is red hot, and plunge it into the well. It shall burn the witch who cursed it.
Well, I suppose it's worth a go.
With any luck, it shall also clear the taint.
Well, as it happens, the reason I was asking was because of people... Well, these stories of people being grabbed by something beneath the water. I saw a body.
Yes, But let me say this, good brother. During the trial of water, I had 3 men on the rope.
Aye.
Each person who was put under was being pulled away until we got them out.
Aye. They said as much. I saw a body.
You're much better at that, I'll give you that.
Oh, perhaps a future line of service for you, Jerome. You're in need of a lumberman. Don't you
I'll
worry.
have to take these. I'll need it.
Oh, I understand.
I'll find you for payment later.
Of course, yeah. I'll see to it that something gets sorted out. We'll,
Thank you.
Thank you for your help, Jerome.
Of course. Anything for the church.
Well, this should do us for our pyre, at least. Here's hoping the wood stays...
This is the last one.
...unburnt until we need it this time.
Take your rest and have it well.
Thank you.
You were saying you saw a body in the water.
Aye, I don't know if you remember hearing tale of it, but there was a fight over the body of Miss Rivers. They wanted to bury her at sea, and I wanted to see her in the ground of the pyre. Aye, that body was resting upon the dock. We look away for 1 second, and it's beneath the sea, well, beneath the surface. It didn't move on its own. And yet no one was stood close enough to get it.
Yes.
Mr. Clive dove in, but said that even though he got a hand of it, it felt like something pulled her away.
It's partly why I had 3 men on the trial of water. You normally only need 1.
I have to be say I grabbed that rope myself, and I had thoughts that we might all disappear off into that blackness.
Have faith in the strength of the people here. Have faith in the strength of their will.
Aye. An easier thing said than done. Though it pains me to say it.
That I understand. I understand that, however. In times like these, Stephen, if we have not faith in the Father, we are ambling in the dark, blindly.
My faith in the Father is without question, though I have learned much of my community this day. Well, in these short moments.
Yes, sadly, secrets like these are brought forth when investigations of guilt occur.
Truly a lesson to be learned of the worth of the Church. Perhaps if we were better in our practice, then it may never have come to this.
People will always have their doubts. The greatest trick the devil played was convincing people he didn't exist.
Aye. That is true.
And in that doubt, people turned to his power and his witchcraft.
That they do. Well then, are we to find the Regent? What's next in this unhappy tale?
What's next is I must somehow figure out where Stiora is hiding. Andrews was to help me, but he's off performing this ritual. I leave him to it. It's his expertise of heresy and whatnot, if it will save their souls.
I don't doubt that if she wishes to get more offerings, she's not far from town. A place like this is prime for someone of her ilk.
There is truth in that. When people are afraid, they're easier to bend into the side of evil.
Aye, exactly as you say.
In its dark embrace. From me.
Do rest well.
Good day.
I shall.
Place is like a ghost town. A week ago I couldn't walk on this road without seeing 4 or 5 smiling faces.
It's concerning.
That it is. You alright? Blessings of the Father to you. Oh, is she alright? We had a frightful scare yesterday in the Bailey. I was hoping to check in on her.
Yes. Well, she's in her home. The brother and red-haired lady, what was her name again? Nell, I think.
No, the apothecary.
Home. I don't know why, of course. She asked me to wait here to look after her stuff.
That I do not know.
The neighborly thing.
Is he not in the Bailey?
Sorry, we've given to...
Things have gotten much
We've
worse
disturbed
with
with
Hunter.
vanity. Things have got worse. What do you mean?
I was on my way to the manor. Why ever would you return to that accursed place? I was giving the boys an escort, just in case.
Oh, you didn't send them
won't
that.
be able to make it there. Let me put it like this again. Why the blazes were you going to that accursed place? In the first place? The boys needed an escort, and I still had my meeting with the Lady Blackwell. Clive, if we could speak a moment.
Well, I do hope everything's all right. If the Father is in there with them, I'm sure no ill will come of it. Oh, but look, they come now.
Oh, there we go. I did ask the Father today if he could bless the farm because it was left in such a dire state. At some point today, I would be very grateful.
Absolutely, I dare say the whole land's in need of more blessings. Good morning there. Is everything all right?
Good morning.
Good
Yes
morning.
and no.
Curses, I hate the fact that everything's so topsy-turvy at the moment I'm given to ask everybody if anything's befell them. It used to just be good morning. Ah, well. So, what's the story?
I came to ask a favor, actually, which is the no.
Well...
I would like for you to accompany me again tonight.
Oh, certainly. Of course. But what's the occasion this time?
Same. To the swamps.
Oh. Great. Good. Well, such is only right and proper. Of course, I am more than happy to, well, more than happy might not be the phrase, but I'll certainly accompany you. It's vital work that you do, after all. Oh, right.
I must give you some warning.
Uh-huh.
I'll be asking some of the pagans to come as well.
Some of the pagans, not just Marcus,
yes.
but a number of them. Very good. Well,
the same one as last time. Yes.
If that's what must be. Just a quick question. Are you aware of the Father's plans for today?
Yes, completely. I'll be heading to the woods and quickly returning.
I am rather concerned that might agitate matters with the pagans, as it were. Just a word to the wise.
I'm sure it will. But they've made a deal with me.
Very good.
And I don't break their deals.
Well, here's hoping. There's been a lot of exceptions around recently. Oh, I needed to ask, does your house have a cellar?
No.
Ah.
Luckily, no.
Good. I'm just checking around with the townspeople.
Why?
Oh, just learned something rather, concerning the other day about the possibility of a network of tunnels. People have started seeing things inside their homes. It might be just best to place a crate over it or something.
People sneaking in.
Tunnels?
Aye.
That would explain why the things were moving and opening and closing.
Well...
It doesn't explain the closet last night.
The closet?
No.
Ah, you haven't heard?
There's been so much to hear. What's something else?
Gentleman with a cleaver jumped out of my closet last night and attacked me.
Oh. Well, that's, and he was like was he a man or, forgive me, was it, what manner of individual was this?
I don't even know who the butcher is.
Oh, no.
Sorry for speaking so plainly. He was a man. Top hat, seemed to wear a sheet over his face.
Right.
Well, I guess I could always try.
And the kickers, I'm the only one who saw him.
Right. And did he damage your property at all, or you?
The closet was wide open. Everyone saw it burst open and heard him chasing me down the hallway.
Ah, right. So they heard them but didn't see him.
I can attest to this.
Yes.
Yes.
Well.
And no matter what we did, he would not stop.
Then I'll tell you something plainly. Last night I heard news that there's a reasonable belief that there is a tunnel that goes from our waterfall all the way to the manor by some means. That is an awfully long way. Quite a remarkable feat. It implies that there might have been something, well, here before Blackwell. And I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but, do with that information what you will, for I'm not sure what to make of it myself.
My home was the first in Blackwell we built, so I've learned this morning.
Ah.
Maybe that has some meaning.
Perhaps it does.
I have business to take care of. Mateo, if you're done sitting...
Interesting that they built the newest building right next to the oldest.
I need to head out as well.
The three brothers, they snore.
You never know when the next time you get to sit down.
Do you have
the
a cellar?
reason I had asked is because I have a cellar.
Ah. And
We have several boxes put on top of it because we heard something from down there. We thought it was rats, so we just covered it up.
right. Well, it's good that you have. Just you know, it's a. Oh, I don't know what to make of any of this. I am just saying things to people. It was the Babadook. At night in the swamps, yes, we're going to the swamps. Oh, joy of joys. A chance to test our theories. Where are you going? Oh my god, I'm just waiting for it to fall, night to fall, and things to kick off. There's just this feeling of powerlessness. Like there is legit nothing we can do. I don't understand. I mean, like, it's not that there's nothing we can do in terms of, like, there's not any RP to be had. It's like, how the fuck do we prepare for something like this? Perhaps I should go and have a look at that cave. Alone? But there, while being escorted. Must be going out to see the pagans. Tuck your knees, yeah, exactly, and kiss your ass goodbye. I need to pray. That's what I need to do. Would I go and see the waterfall? No, I'd want to remain safe. Suppose I can go and check in on the regent, though I doubt he's home. Why the fuck are they sending people back to the manor? What the shit?
But for whatever reason, if that's true, that fact has been completely hidden from my eyes.
What's something I can knock on? Oh, I do apologize. I hope you don't mind me coming in. I was just coming to see what was going on. I heard that the two boys were sent off to the... Oh, is this to be that you've come back safely? I heard that you were off to the manor. Is everything all right?
A black fog stopping them from reaching the manor.
Then it's as I feared.
Smells of rot. We are cut off. I believe the lady is being held hostage.
I thought the fog was getting closer as we looked out over the lake this morning. Oh.
You're right, brother. There's blood on you.
Oh, yes, it's residue from yesterday. I've not had much time to clean anything. I do apologize. It's,
No need.
Well, I'm glad that you're back safe nonetheless. Honestly, I'm not sure what to make of this. I'm halfway happy that you couldn't get to the manor.
Sure they ran. I shouted, I moved, and I made sure that they got out of there safe.
So what happened with the fog? Was it just too dark to see, or was there something further?
Chasing us, approaching us. The smell
Chasing
almost made me faint.
Oh.
They said it was like a black cloud. But wait, what did you say about the water? Say it again.
I was by the water gathering firewood. Sorry.
The water was pristine and clear.
But the river, I mean, was pristine, apparently. I don't know what to make of that.
The well is clear. The well is clearer than it was yesterday as well.
Drinkable even, by what I could tell.
Right. There is your alternate route to the manor, but I would still be very much like to know what business you had getting there. Didn't you say there was a tunnel?
Yes,
duties. It's about time I dig out the cavern, don't I?
Yes, because the only thought I have is this. If that fog is closing in, because it seems to be getting closer in the ridgeline, and there was something in it trying to get you, we need to get out of here.
You're one way out.
I know it's become... Every able-bodied man works in shifts. Whatever that is needs to be dug out. I'm putting you in charge of that, Buxton. That may be our only lifeline.
I'll go to it then. Investigate the shot. I'll be moving to the mines. I'll get the guild members and whoever I can.
There's one other thing. Father Andrews, I'm not sure if you've heard this or not. This is going to be quite the sentence. Plans to repeat the offered son.
What?
Yes, he has gathered a wicker pyre and intends to sacrifice a member of our community on it this day who has volunteered themselves.
It cannot be done. Hear me out. I just finished going through the Lady Blackwell's personal journal, from front to back, that I took from the manor. The timeline of things is all wrong. I used to work for the Blackwell's family after we came into contact as a liaison for them in the city. Eventually, Frederick, and their son came out here to found this town and settle it. It was Frederick's dream. As far as I knew, the plague came. It killed Frederick and it killed her son, and that's when I was called to act in their stead. But her journal never mentions the death of her son once. She grieves for Frederick, and she says that she would do anything to bring him back. That she misses and loves him.
Right.
Now, there's no concrete evidence, and I want to assume that I've gone mad. But I thought of something that terrifies me.
What?
The manor is on a hill, overlooking a valley. Same as the offered son. Given on a wicker altar overlooking all the land beneath him. Brother, I don't know what she did. But the knowledge that I had to this point was that they both perished the plague. But that book does not say that.
Are you suggesting some sort of false offering?
I think she offered her son. I think she did. I don't know if there's any concrete evidence for that, but this book misses crucial information that should point to the death of her son with the plague, and it never happens. It's never in there. I've read it from front to back.
Then we have to stop the father before he repeats heresy and sends us spiraling into deeper chaos.
Is it heresy? I don't know what to think anymore.
All I know is that we're trapped in this town and we only have one way out. We should hasten and open that passage.
I need you to try and dissuade the brother. He's already suspicious of me.
I will.
If it comes to violence, I will not let you die.
Thank you. But truth be told, my hope of surviving this, of any of us surviving this, falls further by the day.
Brother, I have made a great many errors in my life. I am not a good man. If someone must burn down that manor, I promise you, it will be me.
Stand. Go find my Inquisitor. Blessings be on this household. The Regent will be out shortly. Sorry, can I help at all?
Ah, that's actually... Actually, I was just going to ask about that.
Well, he's in there at the moment with the two servant boys.
We've been looking for someone by the name of Nina. She's been missing all day.
Thank you.
None of the areas that we looked for her she's not there.
The tailor,
We
right.
even looked at...
I haven't seen her either.
Which worries me.
Have you seen
She
Father
never
Andrew at
disappears
all?
like this before. No. I haven't heard
Well,
of him.
the last I saw him was
Leave
around
my eyes.
the church, but that was around this morning. He could be anywhere.
Let's see if I can find him. Either way, the Regent is hence. I hope that Nina turns up safely.
Take care of yourself.
You too. Blessings of the Father upon you.
I can only pay you 15 for it. Is that alright?
Have you been contacted already?
Contacted? About the mine?
Aye.
I'm afraid I'll have to pass on that. My arms are still aching. I don't think I could lift the pickaxe even if I wanted to.
Then there is something I would clue you in on very shortly. I must find Father Andrew before it's too late. I don't suppose either of you have seen him at all. Jasper, you alright today?
Well, better, I suppose. I can walk and talk at least.
Ah.
For now. Right, we're making our way to the clinic so that I can get the tonic.
Would you be able to move your, sister, if needs be?
She's disagreeable to it, but I've moved her to the tavern before and it was alright. But she did get a bit sick the next couple of days.
Ah, right. Steel yourselves. We're trapped.
What do you mean?
The fog that encloses us. You can't get through it. The two servants have just tried to go to the manor. And they were blocked by the rancid fog. It chased them and seed them away. They were unable to approach.
Chased them?
Aye, that's the words they used. This arid stench that surrounds us. If there is a tunnel in the mine, it may be our only hope to get out of here.
Then I'll be there, but if only to hold the light.
You'll be able to bring water or something. I'm sure. Father Andrew wishes to reenact the offering of the offered son. I have just come in contact with evidence that may prove that this has happened before and recently. And it may well be the cause of our ills here. If either of you see Father Andrews at all, please let me know. I must talk with him on this Most High.
Owen, I believe he intends to use Owen to reenact this ritual, yes.
Do you know where Owen is now?
Glorified execution.
He's in the clinic, bedridden from his injury.
We may very well need to...
Since when?
Since when did what?
Since when has he had a gun?
He's always had a gun.
See,
yes, he has.
He is an imposing man. Your eyes are caught more by his scowl than his gun. Seems just as lethal. Doubtless it is. Either way, we should hasten to the clinic. We must do what we can for those that survive, trapped though we may be. What's that?
It's a bunch of glass. The windows have been shattered, the door's been knocked off its hinge.
Why?
It must be the thing that haunts their house.
This top hat
The door itself was knocked asunder last night after Edward and I had heard some noise from inside, but the windows, that's new.
Oldest house in the village. Interesting.
I think it should remain decrepit.
When? Wait.
You're a lot more comfortable knowing where Nella is. And
A question,
for that matter.
Brother Cossington.
Yes, what is it?
We're moving
Right
down
now?
to the mines.
Understood.
He's talking with the witch hunter.
See.
It will be me,
I see.
Faulkner, and Miss Caius. Those three names will be going down. We are to be uninterrupted.
Very well. I'll bring him the tonic later.
I'm sure I will be able to bring it to him. I have freedom to move, as it were, if you would entrust me with it. I take it you've already received payment.
I've not, which is why I hasten to get it from him, or to him, rather.
Well, here's hoping you get a chance to spend it.
Some things do not change, unfortunately. Some things must continue to cost. Though I do not worry, the measure is not lost on me.
I must take a moment to adjust my shoe. A moment.
I wanted to ask, have you been so inundated by these hallucinations that the rest of the town has gone under?
What hallucinations?
Well, it varies from person to person. Mr. McCarvey, yesterday, told me of bodies floating in the water of the lake.
The only things I've seen have been verified by second sets of eyes. I fear I am not hallucinating, though I wish I was.
The more it's spoken of, the more I'm certain it's not quite hallucinations, but is a
practicing physician, I must hold the highest of skepticism for these types of things.
Aye, as must we all. It is only healthy.
The problem arises when there is two sets of eyes.
Two sets of eyes, such as a man that nobody else can see breaking down Nella's door.
Yes. It is one thing to hallucinate, it is another to experience the same thing alongside groups of people, even if they... Don't mind the call. It might be a bit dark.
Stood.
I had a poor night last night.
I dare say we all have.
I sought to douse the lights within the clinic. I don't want a accidental repeat of the church in here.
Very wise indeed. In fact, we are fortunate that the flames didn't spread.
Yes, I think the wall helped abate some of them.
Small blessings.
Very, very small, but I suppose we must count them.
It is when they are very small and far and few between that it is most important to count them. Unfortunately.
Speaking of blessings, perhaps you ought to share a word or two with Owen.
Aye.
About this ritual.
You said he was here.
Yes, he should be in the injured ward downstairs.
We'll see if we can find him. We may need to hide him.
If he's moved from his bed, then further questions would arise. No, still here.
Aye. Well.
Tell you what, I'll leave the two of you to converse, and I'll see if I can find Jeremy.
Thank you. I'll be sure to make sure the lights are stowed after I leave.
Please do.
How are you, Owen? Stupid question, right?
Yeah.
One moment, let me take a seat. I believe it may be very important indeed that you don't die.
What?
I intend to find Father Andrew and advise him that this offering that he's doing will serve us nothing at all. In fact, may indeed even go to,
Could have fucking told you that.
Well, perhaps not in as many words. We have reason to believe that the Lady Blackwell offered her own son in return for her husband, Frederick. On that hill overlooking the valley, on a wicker pyre, the same as is offered in the teachings, we have reason to believe that she may have committed heresy, comparing her own son to the divine. We believe that this may be something that started this whole thing off, or at least it's as good a theory as any. I want the madness to stop. We all do. However, the brother Andrew is a man all too familiar with death. It is his calling, after all. I hope that regardless of how things have gone, You have fond memories of this town and the people in it. I need you to remain alive. We're trapped, Owen. The fog that enshrines us all repels any who approach it. We are unable to get to the manor. We are unable to leave this town. Our only hope is a tunnel. A tunnel believed to extend from behind our waterfall all the way to Blackwell Manor. Even now, Mr. Clive is heading an operation with the guild to crack that door open so that we may all escape through it together, if needs be. This may be our only hope. However, it's going to take time. And I dare say that if what is befalling us is judgment from above, then time is something we have very little of. I've never done anything like this before, you know. I thought being an acolyte was all about talking to people, making sure they felt alright. Obviously, if you're of a bleak turn of mind, it's really all about telling people that they're okay while they're dying. But beyond that, I believe there was good to be done. And I enjoyed doing it. I don't know how to go about saving you, Owen. I really don't. But we may have to.
With the fog, as you said it was. Even if something could be done, I doubt that the powers that be would allow such a thing.
Aye, certainly. So, what's gonna happen is this. What's that?
Likely Jeremy. Oh. Obvious.
I'm going to go talk to Brother Andrew, Father Andrew.
Everything all right?
And see if I can talk him out of it. He may come and kill you anyway, as is his wont. But we may also need to, Is the father with you, Lord Regent?
No. What happened in the lobby?
I was going to ask if you spoke to him.
I go to find him hence. He's nowhere to be seen at present. I was simply discussing with Owen here the terms that we might have to hide him for a short while from the father's justice.
I understand. I know nothing of it.
Understood. Be prepared to move when I come here next. That's all. Blessings of the Father on you, Owen. I know that what you did to that witch hunter was, done out of no place of lack of kindness, regardless of what Father Andrew says. I shall leave you now. Be careful. You're a brave man. We had sight of the father at all.
Afraid
No.
not. At least not myself.
Have you checked the farms? The only place I haven't really looked.
Ah, yes, he was being called.
Yellow there, please.
I will. I'll let her know you're looking for her. Yeah, he's going to be killed for hitting the witch hunter. However, he's going to be he's offered him a chance of repentance by sacrificing them instead.
I have horses, but I don't have a carriage.
Hello, I'm sorry for approaching. I don't suppose you've seen Father Andrew anywhere.
Oh, it's a bit muffled. Hold on. I think I hear someone.
Hello?
Hi.
Mr. Saul, I don't want you shouting at me for sneaking around. I merely said... Oh, there you are. I was asking if you'd seen Father Andrew at all. I understood he was to be doing a blessing upon the farms.
Oh, no, maybe the farm over there, but this...
Ah.
The ranch already has a blessing. Remember?
I do. I just wanted to know if you'd seen him. Thank you kindly. I'll get off your land now. My apologies.
No, you're good.
Oh, shit. Where's he gone? He's so hard to find. So one of the problems with like town wall maps like this is that obviously you're not actually inside them. You're teleported elsewhere, so it's really hard to know where people are. That being said, I don't think this is too out of the way. I do apologise. Has Father Andrew come to visit yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, well, I'll see if I can find him now. I don't suppose you've seen him at all?
No, not since I was up there with Claire.
Ah, very good. Well, thank you most kindly. I'll be seeing if I can find him now for you.
Well, make sure you and your father eat it well.
Thank you. Blessings of the Father upon you. Blood for blood. That's what this is, isn't it? Blood for blood. The meaning of the offering, perhaps. Give blood, receive blood. It's a cycle of rebirth. Oh, just gonna adjust my headset quickly. Ugh. Fucking hell. Oh, hi Red, how you doing? You couldn't have left town, I was right. The fog has enclosed us all in. And it attacks anyone who gets close to it. So you're stuck in here with me. Yeah, we're fucked, basically. And today is a story of running around being fucked. Map's chugging a little bit today as well. I don't know what it is. I knew they were having some sort of technical issue. Why is he so hard to find? The baker's not present. Where are they? People are moving about. Where is our fun? Ah, Zacharias, have you seen Father Andrew at all?
I've been searching for him since about midday now.
The man is always devilishly hard to find. He has much experience in sneaking as, well, keeping to the shadows as it is. We have dire need to find him.
Aye. That's why I've been searching. I've swept your town thrice now.
Did you hear from the Regent what was the content of Lady Blackwell's diary?
I have.
Good, so we are aligned.
I'll be honest, good brother. Oh! Look at him now. No wonder we couldn't find him in town.
Is everything alright?
Chased you out of it last time, though.
What's going on? Jerome is looking for you in the mines.
Whatever it is chasing her again.
What?
Is he still there?
Oh, great Father above, we ask that you look down on your child this day and free her from this terrible spirit that bites her.
Let's keep... Did he
We
stop, or
ask.
is he continuing?
He's still walking.
Let's keep moving.
We ask that you look over this child and that you repel all evil from her heart.
I'll protect you the best I can.
Blood for blood.
My eyes might, but if my body can.
It's this man, you say, the one with the top hat. I don't see anything.
You know this?
Aye. You see the building over there? Its windows blown out and door off its hinges. Apparently that was the work of this apparition. Though only she can see it.
The windows blown out and the doors is off his hinges, I believe he said.
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
What is it?
Apparently
One
they're
of
being
the
chased by
apparitions is following her. It's chased her all the way past the vagabond camp, which, mind you, is now burnt to the ground.
Burnt to the ground?
They were burning a body. Whose, I do not know.
I trust everything has been quiet.
He claims to be followed by someone. I see nothing.
Stopped.
There's strange things happening in this town, Mateo. I don't pay you to care about it. Make sure she stays alive. Good.
See, nothing has changed.
Don't know if these will help. But here.
Brother Andrew.
And he offers
Holy
her
water.
the nails as well that they pulled out of the trees.
Father Andrew.
Here.
Does the fog extend as far as the swamp?
That we collected.
What?
Does the fog extend as far as the swamp?
Yes.
I see.
Here. Take this, a vial of holy water. Collected by me and Andrew last night.
We believe that
collected many.
Father Andrew, there is something we must speak on. It is a matter of utmost importance.
Very
There's
well.
a
Then
matter
we'll have
of
to
even more
prepare for
dire
the-
importance.
We'll have to prepare for the sacrifice soon. The sun is setting,
It
and
is
I do not wish to do it
relating
at
to
night.
that sacrifice as it happens. Father, I implore you. We have reason to believe that such things have been committed before. You must listen to
How
me
do
this
you
day.
know?
I have learned that within the diary of Lady Blackwell, taken from the manor, there is no mention of the death of her son. The timeline does not match up. Only a great well of grief for the loss of her husband. We believe it is possible that her son was offered in exchange for the return of her husband. And that perhaps what is happening here is punishment for that heretical sacrifice.
Think, Father, the manor is on a hill overlooking the valley. In that journal, from start to finish, she spoke about how her heart yearned for the return of Frederick and never once messaged the death of her son. The way she wrote acted like he was still alive the entire time, until she finally stopped keeping track and stopped writing.
Strange thing to omit from all memoirs.
It also mentioned that her eyes were blue.
I think she offered up her son and made a terrible mistake. The brother is right.
Then we can right a wrong using the same method.
We don't know that.
That is an incredible gamble to take. The father could be angry with us. This could be punishment for that sin.
Pious woman. She worshipped the Father like no other. And she truly believed to follow in those footsteps, Father Andrew, that she would offer up her own son.
Blood for blood.
What do you think, Miss
It is the
Beaumont?
very creed.
What?
What do you think?
Make everything worse. I think we've lost too many.
Very well. Then I will accept the judgment of my peers to keep me in line. I will not go through with it.
Brother, father,
If it turns out we are wrong, if it turns out we are wrong, we'll do what we must, Father.
Very well.
I do not begrudge you
Now
seeking a course of action.
We're trapped in the darkness.
We seek to escape through the mines.
Stand.
It was
Go ahead,
believed
brother.
that there is a network of tunnels beneath the town. It's a long shot, but if we are truly trapped by this fog, then it may be that the pathway beneath the waterfall is our only hope of exit and egress.
It also explains why there's things being heard in every cellar.
Aye.
Why things are opening and closing. How long until Mr. Buxton gets that cave entrance cleared?
They're working shifts with the guild right now.
Aye, every able-bodied man and woman that can swing a pick is working in shifts.
Very well. I'll see about looking in the cellars and seeing if I can find anything. Unfortunately, it's too dark in the cellars for me to actually see, so I will need light with me.
Another thing I'm going to share out in the open. I checked my records. I've been here, taking care of this town for the whole 5 years that it has been here. The body that was down there must have been hidden. And in less than a year, someone purposefully hid a body down in those mines. And the only person, or so I was told, that had the mines before was Clive Buxton's father. I looked through all my records. Mr. Buxton's father was never present in this town. Ever. Not once.
What?
Mr. Harcourt?
Aye.
What if what's happening to this town is identical to what we found in the manor?
I don't know. I've thought about that. I don't know. I'm unsure as to what course of action can be taken.
We need those minds that leaving is not one. Just past where you went off with the father, Nella. There's a wall of fog.
Miss Fairfax told Buxton to dig out the rot.
A wall of fog?
Whatever the fuck that means.
What does that mean?
That's what I've been smelling all day.
A literal wall of fog. I attempted to walk through it.
Something, and it must be found out.
My lungs still burn, my throat scratches.
We're running out of time.
And the smell is horrid. I cannot get it out of my nose. This is something you would like to hear, Regent.
We should land.
Speak quickly. There are things I must do.
If whatever your plan is, leaving is not an option now. Just out past the bend, normally where we gather elderroot, a wall of fog thicker than your coat or anything else I've ever seen on the seas.
Darkness falls fast.
That goes to the
Attempting
manor.
to walk even 3 steps into it, the smell that you all have been smelling all day seemed to pierce even my mask, even the measures that I have taken against them. It burns the lungs. Seems like the fog has taken up the duty of keeping people away then.
We're keeping people here. We must continue on. Those minds must be opened.
I will go and visit the mates and see what support I can lend.
Andrew.
Didn't have a chance to get.
Our task remains uncompleted. Either we do this tonight, or we start the search in the morning.
I am incredibly busy, too busy to do the task. It would be best to do it in the morning where she is less powerful. You know that as well as I, that going out at nighttime, especially against a witch now, is suicide. You know Northwest.
Oh, Father, look after me, and this town within these most trying times. Ah, shit. We in it now. We in it now. We in it now, boys. We may be... Well, okay, we'll see. We will see. This whole fucking town's a sacrifice. Should fetch a candle. Oh, I used to take such comfort from this church standing tall by our side. Wretched thing. Wretched thing indeed. I must have some candles around here somewhere. Offer me what meager light that you might. Before we travel upriver. Really feeling that increased latency whenever I'm having conversations with people. And maybe my imagination, but I feel like VR chat's got worse for international latency on, like, talking. This may be the session we die. I must offer what help I can. Oh, this is way darker than it used to be. This is unnaturally black. I have need of greater light. That is That's completely different. That's completely different. What the fuck? This is absolutely black. What the fuck?
Benvenuto is going to record burnt birch. It's going to try to find it.
I'm sorry, say that again. You flipped out.
Oh, sorry. Benvenuto is going to look burnt remains of the church to try and find usable piece of.
I mean to head to the mines, but this darkness is more oppressive than ever before. It's unnatural. I swear the veil of shadow did not hang so heavily upon this grounds. Not one weekend.
The moon isn't quite up yet.
It isn't. Perhaps I am jumping at shadows, you're quite right.
I think you have good reason to at this point.
What make you of this tale of offered sons and sacrifices for deeds most unholy? You have worked at the manor for many years, yes?
Yeah, I have, yes. I'm not too, I don't know too much about the teachings of the father and the tales that are told or things like that. But it's always been a little weird up there, I suppose.
Your companion tells me he sold his soul. Do you
Cedric? What does he mean by that?
I was rather hoping you might shed light on it. When he was, well, what shall we say? Who's that? Oh, it's the witch hunter, my bad. Whilst he was recovering from the sight of the flames, he told me a story of how he was unable to save his parents, of how he blamed himself for their death, and that it was because he sold his soul. Do you have any such story?
He and I... not really. I mean, my parents are, as far as I know, safe and back at the city.
I'm glad to hear it.
Came to Blackwell 2 years ago, and I've just kind of been doing my job since. I don't really have any...
Was Lady Blackwell ever strange to you two at all?
Oh, all the time. We always put it down to grief, though. It's hard to tell. She always seemed a little distant to talk to, but some days she was really sharp, other days it's distant, I suppose.
You're both young men, and she has lost a son and a husband. Did you ever sense that there was any longing or guilt in it?
I don't think so. At least not towards us. She never seemed too, well, affectionate of us. I mean, she's gone through a few servants over the last couple of years. I've been here most of the time. Doesn't seem to like Cedric very much, and she gets fed up with me very quickly.
I see.
I think she tolerates us more than anything.
Very good. Well, I shall not disturb you any longer. I simply...
Have you seen Miss Beaumont around?
Not since she was fleeing this stranger that was following her. This man in a top hat. She came this way, and I told her that Jerome was looking for him. I believe Jerome is working the mines even now. Perhaps she is with him. Not the mines, sorry. The cavern under the waterfall. Perhaps we could go together.
Of course.
Very good, then.
Safety in numbers.
Aye. What little safety that offers. One moment, though. I do not feel quite right.
Your belt looks a little off.
Aye. Got me all twisted, this.
Much better.
Cannot say it sits well with me, the thought of sending you two to the manor alone. I never did get an answer, well, even with Buxton for that matter. I never did get an answer for what reason you were headed there.
Have to do our jobs, mainly. The regent wanted to have me deliver a letter to Lady Blackwell about maybe getting some more of the coffers full.
I see.
Running a little low, apparently, but as you know, we didn't make it.
It is a strange time to be fretting about money, that's for sure.
Well, the issue is, even if we figure out what this is and we fix it, there's still winter to worry about, and we barely scraped by last time.
Aye, there is. The word is from the merchant that none of the other towns will have aught to do with us. Apparently news of our damnation has spread. I dare say it'll likely get worse with the witch hunter leaving our company tomorrow. Oh, it is dark. I am sure of it now. Even with the moon up high, it is far darker than it has ever been.
Barely see the path.
I barely see the ground beneath my feet. I must always remind myself not to be startled by the sound of the watermill.
It does come into earshot very suddenly, doesn't it?
Aye, that it does. I would hope that we would see lights. I hope nothing's befallen them. Ah, fireflies.
Are they behind the waterfall or in the mines?
They're behind the waterfall, clearing it. We may have to get our feet wet to get there. Actually, now I grow closer, I am sure of it. It is still summer, of course. Do you object?
No, I've been down this way before. It's not that deep.
Well, then perhaps you best lead the way. You can take the candle if you like.
Sure.
I have not done this yet.
It is a little slippery.
They say the water was pure.
When we were walking to the manor, we crossed over a river, and the water was as clear as anything.
Unnaturally so, or just unaltered?
Untouched. You'd think there'd be some sort of silt or dirt in it, but this was as if it was coming from a well. I would drink it at a tavern.
So, there have been people who have heard voices calling them to the deep. Things grabbing at them in the water. I do not know what to make of it.
No, me neither. I've not had the displeasure in being in the water.
Oh my.
There's supposed to be a way up here, but it's so dark.
It is too dangerous. We shall head back.
Well, I definitely don't see any lights up there.
Aye. Then we should.
This is where they would be.
Then we should double back. Makes no sense to stray a lot further than we should. This is strange. Buxton said they'd be working shifts.
Apparently, I think they're trying to clear the cave-in the mines. That's where I was with Rust. I think they think it runs under this.
That's strange. I was there with the Regent, and we agreed behind the waterfall.
Earlier, not there.
We should make sure that everyone has the right story if we see them.
Yeah, I won't be doing what we did and slipping or something.
Aye. That being said, their absence could bode very ill indeed. Perchance they saw something we didn't. Or more news is before us. Have you seen any of these apparitions?
No. I have. Sorry, I took a...
No, it's all right.
I guess.
You must be careful. That's a splash.
I have. I've seen a few of them.
And what forms did they take? If you are not loath to remember.
Young boy. The lady. And a figure that looked like it was cloaked. Wearing robes or something. I have not seen this tall one that they keep talking about. I think we're out of the worst of it here, sir.
Thank you most kindly. I'm sorry that it was a wasted endeavor. I had meant to do some, that it might solve both of our issues. Oh!
That was worth a check.
That's gonna squelch for a while. I can nearly smell it from here. Tell me, there's something that has been on my mind, and I've been asking this to a few people I've seen about the place. The devil's fever touches everywhere but here. Strange, don't you think?
I suppose so. I've heard rumors that all the other towns are empty or something.
They're riddled with it, that's what I've heard. And yet we have people who have visited recently. I keep mistaking them for...
Maybe we're lucky. Or others protecting us.
Maybe that's it. Maybe there's no one left outside of Blackwell. There's a cheery thought.
I have a question.
Aye.
Like I said, I'm not too versed in the Father's teachings or anything, but it doesn't seem fair that if one person does something terrible that a lot of people get punished. Wouldn't it make more sense to punish that one person?
That depends entirely on who it is who's doing the punishing. We have come to learn that there was some form of schism that took place. The vagabonds have teachings of the Father, and how the Father and their mothers used to be one religion. Clearly, the Father saw it in his wisdom to sever us from that path. Doubtless for our own good. And I fear that perchance our coming to this land and the preaching of his word may well have brought us closer to that threat, that foulness from which we were originally saved. I do not believe it is within the Father's, how shall we say, a father that punishes many for the deeds of one is not the Father that I know. I believe there are other forces at work here, and that we are obscured from his light. Though what would be capable of such a feat, I do not know.
You've spent a lot of your life doing this kind of thing, learning about all of it. Have you ever directly spoken to the Father?
No. There are few that have, and fewer that I believe.
Jasper come through here?
We have just returned from
need
beneath the waterfall. The miners were nowhere to be found.
That's not good. Apparently the farmer's been, or the rancher's been stabbed, so we need to find at least the doctor.
What?
What?
We need to find Jasper. The rancher's been attacked.
Check the mines.
Jerome, what was this bag that you... Alright.
Why?
Oh, sorry. It was, taking a moment, it seems. Where was the digging taking place? We saw no evidence of work behind the waterfall.
The mines.
Why are we digging the mines?
I don't know.
The instructions were to dig behind the waterfall. Where is Buxton?
Oh, he's over there. I see him. By the baker.
I will see if I can find him.
The rancher's been wounded somehow. They drug him into the clinic.
Buxton.
Shut your mouth.
We saw the eyes within the mines.
I thought
I tried mining more into the crevice. More and more water just dropped out. We didn't want to risk it any further. We're building a way to maybe get around it. Maybe funneling the water somewhere else.
To be
able to get past.
Very well.
Believe the instructions
Just
were
do
to
what you
dig
can to get that open as fast as you can.
I believe we were opening the hole beneath the waterfall. Is that not the case? Not within the mines.
I was told within the mines where the body was.
Then I must
No, you were instructed to mine out behind the waterfall.
I feel like there's contradicting orders.
There's two spots where there's water. And I was... Never mind.
It was the cave behind the waterfall, where people saw the light. I would double check with the regent.
He's out of town at the moment.
Oh, please.
Out of home.
Has he gone off to Stiora?
No,
I don't know.
I doubt that. Well, you know, she'd be more likely to kill him on sight.
Please tell me he has not gone to that swamp.
This is stupid.
We just gotta keep doing what he told us to do.
He's not stupid, he's scared. Who are you calling stinky? It was you. You were the cringe-ass Nene baby of legend. For a moment there, I thought I was unmuted. But there we go. What a mistake to make her. Well, I'm going down here. Where's the fucking regent? What am I supposed to do? Oh, well, that's Brother Andrew.
It doesn't appear that the regent is in the Bailey right now.
Oh,
I'll look around town for him.
I'm told he is afield. As in, within the forest, though I know not why. If I was to guess, he might be making his way towards the swamp. But that is a guess.
That's not good.
No, it is not.
Thank you.
But please take that as a guess. That's all it is.
I'll trust your word.
This is not good. The town is spread out far and wide. If something were to attack us, it would have easy pickings.
It already has.
This night already?
Unless it was someone else that stabbed Edward.
I've certainly heard stranger things. Did anyone see the altercation?
No, not that I know of.
He has been acting out of sorts, talking of others.
Good. In your excavations, have you unearthed any coal or sulfur?
Sulfur.
Perfect. How much?
And I have tons of
I need
coal.
that. How much for both?
Ah, yes, the Americans are building a bomb.
Apothecary to make me gunpowder.
Sulfur 7, coal's 3.
We will simply bomb Satan.
I can barely mine out sulfur throughout the day.
Deliver it to them. Let them know Bane needs his gunpowder. To the apothecary.
Right.
Has anyone seen Nana? The apothecary.
Last I knew, she was in the clinic.
Then if she's not there, then it may well be that they've already taken that trip to the,
She hasn't. They're working on patching up Mr. Sewell.
I see.
Thank you.
I shall go to them now. What happened to him?
Mr. Buxton, I think.
No.
So you said you knew what happened to him?
You do steal my pickaxe.
I said I'm asking for the other farm.
Well, he was stabbed, we know not by who. Though I intend to ask him myself.
First thing I'll do is
Well,
check up
right
on
now
the
he
phone.
can't seem to breathe, but he's being tended to very well.
I see. Oh. What rancid business.
We have nowhere to go.
No, we do not. I have not seen the tavern keep or the girl for a while. Has anyone seen them this day?
Well, I'm the
That's
tavern.
them.
Sorry, no, my apologies. The cook.
Yes, she's...
The cook.
No, the
I've seen
tavern
him
cook
today.
originally went with
Meals for
us.
people today.
Because
We've been scavenging as
he-
much as we could to make a meal.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure they were alright. The tailor went missing. This
They're
Nina.
fine.
No one has seen her.
We've actually figured out where she went.
Oh?
Unfortunately, it wasn't at the best places.
Oh, do go on.
Yes, the witch Stiora carried her out of town.
Unopposed?
No, not that I could tell. Simply carried her
Well,
out.
if she doesn't know she's a witch, then she could have just simply said, "Come along."
Oh, more rancid news.
This happened yesterday.
Well, I will have to tell. what I can. I was simply following you. Is there... Oh, what's going on? You're right.
Simply on edge. After what I saw in the manor, in the bailey, and out in the woods, it pays to keep your head on a swivel.
Aye. These lights, I keep mistaking them for the eyes of whatever that thing was beneath the stairwell.
But I wouldn't give to have a silver shot right now.
If memory serves, I believe that the merchant was sent out of town with the instructions to buy some silver.
Yes. We've no blacksmith to turn that into a shot, however. We'd have to try it ourselves.
Better than nothing. At least it's something to be done that can be called productive in the face of this oppressive black.
The apothecary's in there treating Saul. I gave her this sulfur already. I'll be getting the call.
Thank you.
Are there men still in the
need
mines?
Someone who can make me a...
Are there men still in the mines?
No.
That is probably good.
The shadows, the eyes, insisted that we left.
Aye. I just wanted to make sure.
The eyes were down there looking at us. Did not get close to us, just was observing us. The first time I've ever seen those eyes in my own minds.
As it stands, I don't suppose anyone you know of in this town can shape metal, now that the blacksmith is dead.
No. The system's nowhere to be found either.
How's the patient?
I don't know. Can't hear through the door, but Miss Baymont came out for a moment and she was covered in blood. So...
Are we any closer to our culprit?
I don't think so.
I am of...
Do you think it was that thing?
I am not sure what to do. I feel like there's nothing that I can... There's nothing productive.
Feels like an uphill battle.
If it was uphill, I knew at least I could climb it. Slow as it may be, right now I'm casting my eyes about, looking for ways to be useful and coming up north.
How you feel?
Being at the bottom of a smooth pit is not fun.
Were you in the mines as well? Tail is there, saw eyes in there.
Yes.
Then it's true.
No tail. Tell you it is no tail. It is 100% truth.
What was it doing? Just watching?
Starts patting off soot. Yep. Watches from a distance.
Did they seem to come from a specific
Couldn't tell if it
direction?
was- What do you mean?
Well,
it was a creature. I don't even know. It's so dark in there. It's impossible to say if it's one of these creatures, if it's an actual.
No, I mean the direction.
I couldn't tell if it was stalking us, being territorial. It was coming from down the mine.
Understood.
It was just further down the mine than we were. We were about to leave, and then Mr. Buxton decided that it would be a best idea while we were already right there to see if we could get some sulfur. We succeeded, and before we could get much more done, two of them began speaking about leaving and seeing something. I didn't see it until we rounded the corner, and it was down the way from us.
Does Owen still live, or has the father taken his life?
You can ask the father. I've heard nothing about anything besides the mine and the farmer.
Then I shall go and check on him myself. Maybe now is the time. I may have to do last rites. Stay safe, and try to keep to where there's others. The town is getting far too spread out.
Well, if we hold hands and sing songs, we might be safe.
There is safety in numbers. We can still believe that, at least.
Forest was away. The noises around you fade farther and
farther away until there's nothing there. You feel your body sputter one more time, and then there's nothing. No noise. No visions. No pain.
Well, that's a dead one.
There's a journal around here or something that I can.
No, Edward died. No.
Out here, even one of them above. They're mostly.
Mic boom? You had a mic boom? Does Owen still live? I was coming to check on him.
You even see one of them that is.
Supposed to come out.
Don't know.
I just went out there. He could have.
I shall check.
No.
Put yourself on that path.
Ah. I have spoken to the father, and there will be no sacrifice this day. If he holds true to his word. That being said, the option remains open. But I believe that means that you at least were safe for the current time. If I were you, I would retain my willingness to make such a sacrifice so that you remain useful and you may live a while longer. I just wish to let you know. Oh, and I'm sorry about this. I really am. The witch steward is still at large. Eyes have been seen in the mines, and Edward's in the other room being treated. Just thought I'd fill you in. Wish I had better news. Do you need anything?
Some water. Something to eat. I don't think I've eaten anything since yesterday.
See what I can find.
I didn't eat anything yesterday.
I'll head to the tavern and see if there's anything that could be found for you.
Claire was going to bake me some bread. Or something, I'm not sure.
I will speak to her if I see her. How's the patient? Ah.
He passed.
Great Father, we ask that you look after the soul of one Edward Soul, who has departed your town of Blackwell this day and entered into your loving embrace.
I just came to get...
Though he was a coarse man, loose of tongue and crass of humor, he was always a great lover of your teachings. How many more, Father? Blood for blood.
Who's bread for?
Let's do it.
Who's the bread for?
How is Mr. Soul doing?
He has departed the Father's service.
And has joined him in his holy realm.
I see. Very well.
Where is Miss Baymont gone? I need to speak with her, and I need to get something from her, unfortunately.
She was covered in blood.
She
Like as not,
must-
she's gone to clean herself.
Very well. I'll see if I can find her.
I believe Miss Claire was making some bread for
I'll see
Owen.
if I can.
That might belong to him, but don't know.
I'd asked her to make another for me as well. Find her.
I believe we're very short
Sure
on
that
resources.
I eat something.
Need to eat. I need to find something myself.
Oh, there's something.
Shit. You're watching it for a bit? What, the mic boom? What's the mic boom that's happening? Was it someone else or was it me? What's the mic boom? Well, the servant lads. Oh, okay, yeah. He does touch his headset quite a lot. I'm simply waiting for assistance. Is everything alright, guys?
Yeah, fine.
I don't know if you knew him well, but we've just received confirmation that Mr. Soul, the rancher, has passed. Just wanted to let you know. Okay. Well, sorry for interrupting. He's very short. I will go to the tavern and assume that I'm not getting a DM. They likely have other things going on. Spooky things. My full body is really fucking up today. These trackers are on their way out. Man. It's been a weird day. It really feels like the quiet before the storm. I suppose last episode was extremely action-packed.
Now the last of the meat. Somebody probably needs it more than me.
He's probably not.
Don't mean that. I mean, give me what he would drink normally.
Oh, nice.
Or you will not be quelled.
Isn't going to be coming around.
Do you need a
Oh,
meal?
you will not be well.
Yes.
Well, then eat the rest of the meat. Somebody needs to.
I would have eaten it.
Well, you're
Come,
gonna have one
I'll
too.
share.
Just a different type of meal.
This is a far walk.
Here, I'll get you two anyway, so that way you can both share differing things. Also, this is what you makes first.
I was hoping to... hi, there he goes.
Sorry.
Just
have a lot of orders to
lift
take.
the bottom
What you
of the
need?
mask
I
and drink.
understand. I was hoping to get something to eat myself, as well as something for Owen. He's currently in his
We can do that.
hospital bed.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff for vegetable and potato actually. So vegetable potato soup.
Works absolutely fine.
Okay.
Thank you kindly.
Who doesn't love a good potato?
Oh, especially when it's made right.
Oh, there's plenty of ways to make it right. You could boil them, mash them.
Put them in stew.
I'm not saying the rest.
Very
I
well
wasn't
done,
gonna
lads.
say it, I
Glad
refuse.
we've drove that one home.
Someone died. I figured that I should
Boil 'em, mash 'em,
probably
boil
not
'em,
finish
mash
the
'em.
joke I started.
Probably everybody's gone into the woods by themselves. You're quite
Something
right.
that Jasper told me back when everything started going to hell. In this profession, you either learn to laugh at the darkest moments.
Remember when this tavern was full of people? That feels like
or
an
you start
eon
crying,
ago now.
and one of them doesn't do anything for anyone. The other at least lightens spirits for a moment.
I'm gonna fight this carrot.
Seems to be a battle for the ages going on in the other room.
This carrot refuses me. Oh, well that's why. Right.
Is it a hypno carrot? Like your cup head?
It seems that I'm gonna have to take a couple of things, like such as that plate when you're finished, before I can make it.
You're right.
Ah.
Slumbering in the corner alone.
He's just gonna portion.
Fine. Just tired.
Ah, yes. Sleep has become a valuable resource around Blackwell of recent. Everyone seems short on him.
Something else happened today.
Agreed, yeah. That's why we leave the dorms upstairs to be free.
Have you seen the serving girl today?
I heard that you encountered the same fog that I
Sophia.
Aye, that's the one.
You're talking of.
Yes.
They've been in and out of bed. They've been sick.
Ah, well. The stories of the witch dragging off young girls into the woods. Just wanted to make sure she wasn't among them, that was all.
I walked through it same as you.
No, she's fine.
I don't think I've had
She
the
might be laying down.
I don't think I've had the opportunity to tell you this, but we have reason to believe there are tunnels beneath the town. I've been telling anyone with a cellar to be wary. It may be a point of ingress for whatever plagues us.
Somebody go talk to her.
I know not what you're to do with this information, but perhaps when you're done with it for the night, it might move a crate over the top of it or something. Just for
Mr.
peace of
Lombeck,
mind.
I'm gonna go get us some more water. Would you mind helping Sophie in the kitchen, me seeing how many more we can make in the meantime for them?
Figured out who Sophia is.
Ah. Remarkable investigation. Your skills are renowned.
She's helping with potatoes.
Aye.
Is there something you need?
No, I was just checking on her, that was all. It appears your work is never done.
A box over the top of the way into the basement. So you don't do any of that.
It's just a word to the wise, that's all.
Always appreciated.
Oh, it dropped. I'm gonna go get us some more water for some more meals.
Excitings here.
I'll be right back, everybody. We're gonna be making a couple of meals, but I'm gonna need to get some more water here soon.
Aye. Well, I suppose I better take a pew then.
It's good and it smells good.
There's more pews in here than there is in the church now. Quite a turn up.
More of anything than there is in the church.
Oh, we've got
there's
no
more
small
seats in my
supply
bedroom than the church at this point.
of ash. I'll have you know there's no finer place in the town right now for a good supply of ash. Good bit of dirt and charred timbers.
Ash Wednesday is really going to be a hit this year.
Aye, that it is. I pray that we have a church in place to have it. Ah, Sophia. How are you?
Hi, brother.
I hadn't seen you in a while. I was worried you'd been stolen away in the night.
That's right here as well.
Hi.
Portion that out.
What's it?
I was just a word to the wise, yeah. There's been stories of the witch dragging women away in the night. Nina was taken. Just making sure you were safe, that was all.
She's fine.
I'm glad to hear it.
To the misery subject.
To the misery.
Dare say this is the lowest amount of patrons I've seen in here for this time of the evening.
Yes, well.
Many people have gone.
I don't think it would be right of me to vocalize the reasons for that.
I know. I was merely reminiscing, that was all. That is a hell of a lot of blood on your neck. And hands, by the looks of it, as well.
When you come out of surgery, you tend to have a lot on you.
Well, I'm sure you did what you could.
We tried as hard as we could to save him. The blade pierced his lung.
Do you have any idea what manner of weapon it was? Did it seem like a blade? One that would be held by us?
A knife.
A knife.
It was stuck inside his chest.
It was stuck inside his chest, as in left there.
Aye.
Do you still have the knife?
Why?
In case I recognize it.
If someone knows the knife, it could answer a lot of questions.
Yes.
If it's just your everyday knife, it wouldn't do anything, but...
He claimed it was some sort of beast, monster that did it.
There are a few people in town who carry a knife regularly, that's all.
I heard it was something different than a beast. But a monster the same.
He's just gonna take the rest of his food and shovel it into his mouth.
This morning, Mr. Saul was saying something to the extent of people being swamped.
He was convinced there was a doppelganger.
He's not the only person convinced. Multiple people saw... Well, I'm just saying that from what I hear, there are multiple people who saw him. It wasn't him.
Aye, he said something strange to me earlier.
His hand specifically because of that.
His left hand has a burn scar on it.
I asked him why he was carrying the sack. He said, "That's how you know it's me."
True. You can double a body, supposedly, but... What is there to double a sack, and how can you prove what's in it when you can't see? Good a marking as any, I suppose.
That's it is.
It works until whatever it is that's trying to replace you decides to permanently do so.
Yes, but there's one problem with that, is that now if it ever showed its face again... I'm still eating, I'm sorry. If it ever were to show his face again, we would all know it's not him.
That we would.
I don't assume to know anything about what's going on in this town.
Do you know
any... Yes, well, if you see a man die and you see him walking the streets later...
Mighty suspicious, yes.
Well, we've already had one person come back from the dead.
Doesn't change my thought process on the mighty suspicious brother.
No, neither do I.
I've just gotten better around it and acting like it's not weird.
Why doesn't she talk now?
Don't know. We won't let any of us examine her to find out.
Right.
If it is her, she has a problem with the doctor. And I can't figure out what it is, because she can't talk and he won't admit it.
You gentlemen will excuse me. Likely get back to the clinic.
No, well, by all means, find time to clean yourselves. You wouldn't do well to get an infection, but I'm sure I don't know to tell you that.
By the way, Mother, do you like anything to drink or anything?
Ah, yes, I was hoping to bring food to Owen, as well as some drinks, so a drink while I'm here would do well.
There you go.
Thank you most kindly.
Mr. Lomback?
Oh, I hope they haven't tried to go to that swamp.
You know what the steer thing is?
It's, give and take, right? It's like, on one hand, yes, it would be
I got bucket for
a wonderful world if they didn't need to go to the swamp because of how dangerous it is, but at the same time, they need those
Do you know
flowers.
where she is?
Aye.
Who?
The other farmhand.
Thank you most kindly.
I see.
What do you make of everything that's been happening, Sophia?
She's still here.
It's right. I would say like frightening. Well, mostly frightening. You know, the church burning down, and there being witch trials. You know, seeing people I know and grew up with. You know, being tested at these trials.
Yeah, that wasn't great. Thank you most kindly.
I'm not gonna argue to holding a witch trial after everything I've seen.
I was hoping for another for Owen, if at all possible.
Yes, of course.
I'll grab it.
Thank you. Have you seen anything strange, Sophia? No. Are you sure? You'd be one of the few people who hadn't.
Maybe a little bit, but nothing.
Thank you kindly.
Specific memory or important or anything like that.
Have you ever seen a person covered in shadows? Well, I think she might be the only one. Father be praised.
Aye. You're clearly protected, Sophia, if you're the only one who hasn't seen him.
Still being creepy behind pillars. We don't want to scare our guest away.
As long as she doesn't lose all color and her eyes go white, I think I'll be okay here.
Aye. Well, honestly, if, maybe we could all do to be a bit more timid. Of letting us messing around in things that don't need our noses in them.
Strange, because I really took that approach to everything for a good long while, and then the manor became...
Aye, but you did work at the belly of the beast.
Of darkness.
Aye. Perhaps you should turn to a tavern in the future. And then you'll have far less problems to deal with. Apart from drunk
I think
customers,
I'd rather work in the mines than that fucking accursed manor.
Really? Because the mines don't seem much better for it, given recent developments, but aye.
Yeah, well, at least if I died, I knew I could die going into that job.
Aye.
Didn't exactly sign up for fucking murder and death when I signed up to be a manor servant.
Aye. No, I can't say you did. How much do I owe you?
That's 14 crowns.
Okay, sure.
But before you go, what do you mean by man shrouded in shadow?
There have been sightings of children shrouded in shadows with white eyes, wisps with white eyes and a white mouth. I saw it myself the other day, hiding beneath the stairs. No idea how it got there.
It's not just children. There's one that's been seen as a child, one that's been seen as a woman, and there's a new one, which I have seen with my own eyes.
A new one? Which
tall. Taller than the ceiling, maybe as tall.
I've seen that one too.
Long, lanky hands. Like claws.
The crouching posture, if it's anything like the one I saw.
Deformed as can be.
Whatever form it's supposed to have. What's that?
That's be me.
Huh. Anyway, I should...
you, Bucky.
I should take these to
You
Owen.
son of a
Knocking on
bitch.
doors, lad.
I will take these
You
along.
son
Thank you
of a
very much for your
bitch.
custom. For you.
The fucking clicking.
See, these plates are turned. Oh. Careful I don't get these all sorted.
We get you something to eat now.
Very well.
You're right.
Don't think I'm allowed in the tavern.
Why?
What? Be too careful around him nowadays. Poor fucker's been in bed all day for this RP. Shit.
I do not think.
Oh, that's weird. With projection, that's cool. Oh. Don't mind me, food for the patient.
Of course.
Sorry, Owen, it took a while to muster it up.
The Blackwell at a very poor time.
Oh, you have bread as well. Well, that's for you.
And I said that maybe he brought me here because everyone needed a farm. They needed help. Gardens of everything. I couldn't just up and leave.
Ellie, if your character is in one of the rooms, I'm going to be knocking on the door.
Is everything alright?
Mr. Soul has passed.
I was told.
Oh, yeah.
The poor man.
Yes.
He was always very loud of mouth and crass to spare, but he had a good heart on him.
Yes.
Tell me, do either of you know what he might have meant when he was alluding to others earlier? I've heard tell that he was worried of a doppelganger.
Ellie, is Grace in one of the tavern rooms?
I seem to hear strange voices of the father very loudly in my ear.
No, she's not. She's not in the tavern.
But no, sorry.
I didn't hear him speaking of others. I heard him talking about a doppelganger, which I saw too, a monster at his barn.
You saw it, you say?
Yeah, I saw the doppelganger yesterday.
And to be clear, you saw them both in the same place. You saw Mr. Soul.
Yes, I was next Mr. Soul. And he was telling me about this doppelganger. And then right before my eyes, it appeared behind the fence.
There's no end to it.
He dragged it out of his home into the barn that morning.
And that's why he was carrying the sack and marked himself. Why didn't he tell people of this? Why did he keep it all under wraps?
He
he told people about the doppelganger. He even burned himself to make sure people knew he was the real Mr. Sultan.
I told him, I asked him straight to his face, why would he hide that from me? Oh well, it's no matter now. There are a number of people in town who regularly carry a knife. I don't suppose you still have it at all.
It's still in the clinic, yes.
I notice Miss Clare is absent this evening.
Yes. I mean, one of the things I was saying a moment ago is the last time I saw somebody's laughing along with Claire. They were at the barn, and they seemed fine. I know they had some arguments, so I told Claire to please get along with Mr. Sultan.
Miss Clare has been possessed in the past. We know this to be true. She has admitted it to us herself. Her eyes go white and she is not in control of her actions. I fear that may have happened again.
I mean, Mr. Soul said she killed one of his chickens, but I didn't know that.
Clearly they had some attraction. I am sorry. Clearly I am turning too callous to this too soon. Did you know him at all? Was he a relation of yours?
Oh, we were just really good friends. He was just very kind to me.
What are the...
He lived right next to me, of course. In the ranch.
Well, at the very least, we could take solace in the fact that whatever blackness surrounds Blackwell, he is free of it now. Though he was a harsh man, occasionally quick to anger, he was pious. And I know in my heart...
I never saw him quick to anger. He was nothing but good to this town. I only saw him for 3 days, and he was one of the best men I met here.
Then it may have been work of his
Just looking
doppelganger.
right by my eyes, why the father would do that to such a good man? Why would he let him? Why would the father let him? Maybe I shouldn't have left him. Maybe I should have stayed with him.
I'm sure there was nothing you could be done. An attack from a concealment with a weapon like this, I'm sure that there is nothing you could have done even if you stood right beside him. That is a foul thing. Well, I don't recognize it, do you?
It's a kitchen implement. That's all I can say for certain.
Well, there is that at least. He was last seen with Miss Clare. I just wanted to rule it out.
That's where I last saw him. I saw his body with the masked guy, and I think someone said his name was Jeremy. They brought him to the clinic. But where I last saw him before I went to the tavern was with Miss Clare. And they were in the bar.
I am sorry.
Where?
Would you like...
They were in the barn together.
Yes, they were in the bar together and they were laughing.
If it helps, I could offer you what answers we have.
Arguing. Right?
But only if you are willing to hear it.
Yeah, I think I am. Yes.
I am of the belief that we should be speaking openly about this. Whatever this is. so I will tell it to you straight. Women are being possessed. People are hearing voices from the water. Apparitions appear left, right, and centre, and at the heart of it all is the manor. And Lady Blackwell herself. Lady Blackwell has been a bit of a recluse for many years. After the loss of her husband Frederick and her son to the devil's fever. However, it seems that not all is quite as we expected. The regent, as well as several others, went to the manor. Within it, they found a lot of things that cannot be explained. Statues moving that shouldn't be. A strange, misaligned aging. The walls outside decrepit, yet inside kempt, if in a little disrepair, completely out of sorts. Behind the manor they found a path that no one knew of, the ravine that shouldn't be there. Following that ravine, it is believed that by the regent and those that followed, there is a network of tunnels which leads beneath this very town. But why? What could possibly draw all of these links together? Well, we don't know for sure, but we do know this. We do speculate this anyway. Well, don't know what to believe anymore. The Lady Blackwell's journal was recovered to see if there was any clues in it that could lead to solving this whole mystery. Within that journal, there is a great many lamentations written to the effect of, well, missing her dear Frederick very dearly. However, also notable within those pages are records of her son, alive and well, even after he was allegedly dead. And then they stopped. No mention, no lamentation, no record of losing her only son. A very strange thing to be omitted from a journal. I'm sure you'll agree.
Yes.
Lady Blackwell was a very pious woman. Maybe still is. Or so it is to be believed. And it is thought that, well, on that hill overlooking the valley, much as is once written, to be performed by the father himself, an offering was made. Blood for blood. Her son's life, for the return of her beloved Frederick. We believe it is that which has thrown everything so cruelly out of whack. But it goes deeper than this. For you see, the vagabonds have in their faith records of the father. Records, if you go deep enough, that mention the fathers, the mothers that they worship, all being part of one religion, until this offering was made of a son upon a wicker pile. Well, as Brother Andrew himself said, Father Andrew, I'm still not used to that. A wicker pyre is a very strange thing to find upon a church. It is believed that the father once drew a schism separating us from whatever darkness lay within their faith, so that we may forge a new path. Here, as we return to this land and found Blackwell, the faiths are coming together once again.
Sophia, are you here? Wait, Sophia's not here.
No,
Y'all seen Sophia? She entered.
no, Sophia hasn't been here.
We haven't seen her.
What's the matter?
Letting you know, if anybody needs a place to stay tonight while everybody else is heading out, the tavern is a safe place.
Where are they headed
Please
out?
come if you can. Sophia was supposed to come here and inform people at the clinic. I was gonna try to catch her. Hold on, I'm gonna see if she went the wrong way.
There are people, heading to this.
Nello must attempt to gather her herbs or reassure him.
Then I must go to her as well. But I will leave you with the last part of the story, which is simply this. The vagabonds believe that there is a world close to our own, where they may converse with the dead. What we see here, as this unholy union is rejoined, is a land appearing where it isn't, and caverns appearing where they shouldn't be, and ravines popping up left, right, and center, age colliding. I believe that the very fabric of this land is changing as this heresy continues. So, whatever's happening, that's what we think. It has to do with the Blackwell's heresy. And with, well, more besides. I hope that gives you something to think upon. What comfort it may be, if little. Either way, I promised Nella that I would attend her, so I should see to it. Yeah.
They want to send a group out town.
Yes, I said I would be along with her. I shall see you presently.
An idiotic choice.
What was that?
The whole thing, the whole trip is an idiotic choice. Especially at this time.
It is.
I was told by the three brothers on my walk to Blackwell not to go out at night.
And they were right. Nonetheless, I must know why they are so infatuated with that swamp.
And figured out that you'll know.
You gotta go. We do gotta go.
Need a friend to walk with you?
Hi, I need to attend this party, and also return this plate to you. Thank you very kindly.
Of course. Which party?
The one headed to the swamp. I said Nella to Nella that I would attend them.
Please be careful.
Yes.
Why are you going to the swamp, though?
That's what
Especially at night, it's dangerous.
That's what I need to find. Well, story goes that there's a flower which is used to treat the devil's fever. It can only be harvested at night. That's why we go.
I knew people were getting sick.
They believe it's spread further than you believe. You've noticed.
That's why I told Sophia to stay in the tavern today.
Well, yes. I hope she's all right.
Who's been affected? I know that Miss Claire is. I hope she's all right.
I do not know. Once again, something to be found out. I must go, though. I will return if I have news. Man, my contact lens is really fucking up. Oh, my eye. You up there? Has the party already headed out into the swamp?
Indeed.
They have they? Damn it.
Well, I mean, they headed to the gate.
that I shall go
I
to.
can't see the gate from here, but I would assume they've left.
Very good. I shall check and see if they are still to be seen. Which they are.
To join as well.
I do apologize. I had pledged my support on this venture. I'm glad that you had not gone far.
We
actually
still
looking for
missing
Caius
you.
right now.
Caius.
If I don't have a full group, I don't intend on leaving.
Last I saw Caius, he was headed off towards the lumber mill. That was some time ago.
Perhaps we just missed him somewhere.
Maybe. Back we go, I guess.
You seemed short with me when I spoke to him earlier. I hope he has not had a lapse in his faith.
Caius is one of the people that Bane thought to be a witch.
Aye, he was. He may not have been at the time, but certainly he has
Not
had.
been at the time. Not being a witch doesn't excuse you from being a heretic, though.
That it is not. Pray tell, who are these treatments for?
Catch up with you in a moment.
These treatments.
I assume we are headed to,
They're for the town.
see.
Have we seen...
We're-
we wouldn't have seen Kaylin for quite some time now, never mind.
I assume
Water is
Arvis
frigid.
didn't tell you.
No,
All the towns nearby are stricken with it. The fever.
I knew that. In fact, I had seen it. Very curious that we had not been afflicted yet. Unless we have.
He believes it's soon.
That sounds reasonable.
Whatever this fog is, it might be a grim warning that it is coming, if not already here.
I have but 3
heard of a
treatments
fog bringing
if people
plague,
fall sick.
I understand. I hope that we live that long to get sick, truth be told, but it is what it is.
We'll find out.
You had said that others of the heretic faith would be joining us. Where are they?
I don't know.
Unfortunately, they're at whatever their new camp is, should they have a new one, or perhaps they've just left completely.
Well, if they have a way through that fog, I would very much like to know it. I wonder if Mr. Saul's doppelganger will make a reappearance now that he has met his end.
If he does, we know what to attack right away.
That we do.
I apologize for interrupting the conversation, but something has been troubling me since I saw it, your father.
Oh?
In the days that I was gone, there was a festival. You burned an effigy of some sort in honor of the father. Or some such, correct?
If you're talking about the Eve, we partook in the tradition of the Eve, and where people offer...
What the fuck was that?
Offer things up.
What the... By the father, what on earth was that?
What happened?
Probably not for us, I would imagine. Scared the shit out of
Well,
me, I'll
that
tell you what.
absolutely. I have left my body and I'm somewhere in the stratosphere right now.
I don't have to piss anymore, that's for sure.
Absolutely, I am somewhere approaching orbit. Right, there we go. Right, anyway.
Definitely not meant for us. Anyway,
As
nothing actually happened.
saying, Father.
Fuck me.
The wicker effigy. I found another, smaller one.
Where?
Out in the woods. On the path,
Where in the woods?
directly on the center of it, shortly past where you took Miss Belmont.
I have a strange feeling something may have happened.
Yeah. Remember when you found us and we were gathering? Just
Yes.
around the bend there, one had been placed deliberately. Just outside of the fog, as if to ward it off or something such.
The expedition is cancelled as the other guild members unavailable.
Very well.
Perhaps that is
Do you
well
have
with this
any
cursed
insight
fog.
on the matter?
I do not.
You alright? What's happening? This apparition again, is it?
Yes.
Where is it? I can hear it. By the Father, leave this child. Be gone from this place. By his word,
Nella.
this land is protected. Do not.
Do not run off to the woods.
Nella.
Remember your nails in your water.
Stay. We ask that you overlook your child and banish the devil from this place. Father, we ask that you see it in your hand mercy to drive back the darkness, drive back the evils that come to this place. Look to your child, look to your children this day.
Nella,
and
do
protect
not
us.
run into the woods.
We must follow her. By the Father.
Nella. Nella, please.
You beastie.
No,
You're looking
thank you.
for a challenge, you'll find one here.
Father, please look down upon this flock and provide us guidance in this our
So go back around, go back to town.
If I turn, I turn.
Just keep moving. I'm with you.
Protect this child by the blood. We are protected by the blood. We are reborn by the blood. We enter into your service.
If I turn, maybe.
By the blood, we will see this is safe. By the blood, we are protected by the blood. Lord Regent, we are set upon by something. What are you doing out here alone?
What are you doing out here alone?
Looking for O'Hara. He's missing.
Alone?
I alone. Can't trust anyone to fucking listen.
It may be too short a time to put your sword away. We may have need of it before the night is done. A thing, I heard it.
Let's see something.
The same thing that has been harassing her for several days and came out here in her
I need you to come speak with me.
Understood. I shall come forthwith. Where shall we go?
We'll catch up in a moment. Carry on with the others. We'll catch up.
I understand.
Is there no way you can pull this off?
You should get her back to town, now.
No.
You're right.
She is being
Go.
chased by...
Damn you. What are you doing?
See me?
It's going to keep chasing to where you are. We need those blooms. That means you keep moving and you don't stop.
The other guild members undisclosed.
You don't.
If you wish to take his place.
I will come with you in a
Which
moment.
one's
We'll catch
O'Hara?
up. I need to speak to the brother, and then you.
Very well. We'll be with Miss Bay.
Then go. That's my order. What is Mateo?
I don't know. He's been gone.
Last we heard, he was in the alone.
Then carry on. Go, 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 go!
Right.
Come on.
Blessings to the Father on all of you. I know he will keep you safe this night.
Look forward to seeing you back safely.
Of course.
When in town, get has to feed. We've plenty of tonic should it something.
You don't know that.
You had it.
They're going to be by themselves if you don't hurry up.
And you will
It
be
must be
walking in
done.
the dark.
Go, Chester!
There is much going on with that doctor which I do not understand.
I have heard a god speak.
What?
I heard it echo through the woods and speak through the woman that is to be hunted.
What was that?
The woods hunt us. Come.
All right. If you say so.
Stay back. Listen.
I am listening.
What I'm going to say to you will sound like nothing but heresy.
Yes.
Our faith is bastardized of the old one. We've put upon bones, half-truths, half-lies. We picked and chosen. Come. It's faster.
Let me.
We've picked and chosen what we want to believe. We have taken from this land, and we have never given back. It treats us like a plague, like fleas on an animal. There is a reason why some of us have been killed, and some of us have not.
And how came you by this knowledge?
Consider this. 4 once asked this. The book. The witch has gone through it. I will not even call her a witch. I do not believe her as one. She has confirmed that the Lady Blackwell has done something with that book and called upon a dark bastardization of all of our faiths.
What?
She believes that she tried in her grief to bring back her beloved, and it exacted a price that we pay. We are in the middle of something far different than what the Father believes, what I believe.
I don't know what to believe. This is... I have spent my whole life hearing his word. This is... I was prepared to hear that there may be more to the story, but this is too much. And yet... I cannot deny the evidence of it.
We are being stalked. Keep moving.
There is something in the shadows.
What?
We are being stalked. Keep moving.
Understood.
All right.
Strange noises. All around us and everywhere at once.
My eyes are open.
I believe all of our eyes are being opened.
The thing.
You said before.
What am I to make of this?
That perhaps the father and mother have something to do with each other.
Yes.
I believe you are 100% complete. Correct.
You can't have a father without mothers. You can't have mothers without sons, and you can't have sons without fathers.
I heard the voice of a god.
Did you? What did it say?
It said corpses, bodies, mine, all mine.
What?
That's what their god of death said. A warning of sorts.
he comes to claim us as payment. The whole village offered up as sacrifice.
I don't think everyone.
But you
There's
say
some sort of connection.
people who took from the land.
It's hunting particular people. Yes, yes.
Mr.
It's
Soul
dragon.
is dead. Watch out.
But Miss Fairfax is a logger. And this voice claims to...
Miss Fairfax looked into that book that has been confirmed to have darkness in it. The pagans believe in balance. They acknowledge there is bad and good, and no one is perfect but the gods. However, that book is nothing but bad, nothing but dark. The Lady Blackwell used it to try and bring Frederick back at the cost of her son.
And yet
She spoke of that book as corruption. That same word that you use.
Why is it punishing us for what I see?
She means to break the cycle of life and death. Then perhaps...
She did something she was not supposed to.
The balance has been thrown
The
out.
things that the pagans believe is that when you take something, you must be prepared
Hold on.
to give something.
I hear something.
We all hear something.
No, something was talking.
Protect us. Look over us in this time. I don't know what wrongs have been put in place here, but it was not us.
What are you...
These people are willing to learn.
Don't follow them into the swamp? What are you saying? I can hardly hear you.
Don't follow them into the swamp.
What is mine?
Mine. That is what their god of death said.
The darkness is mine. No, it is the father's that I've been gifted with.
No, what wrongs we have committed, but it was not our intent. We followed the word. We believed the faith. We did everything we were supposed to.
You speak to me.
Why do you keep coming back and disobeying my commands?
Because we're supposed to be together as a group.
You are together. I must speak to the representatives of the church. They need your axe.
Are we on the right path?
To do what?
Eyes on you again, Andrew. But
Jerome.
Look, are you going to let our only help against this plague fucking die because you're dilly-dallying over here?
Jerome, the Father will protect us.
By your command, Regent.
What manner of gods are these that would punish people so cruelly? Death stalks us all. We are born to fear it. What more does it want?
Cossington, when we first came here, we slaughtered pagans by the bushel. Take it from someone who was an officer. We murdered them. We burned them at the stake. We shot them in their homes. We burned their villages and claimed their land.
So that's it, is it?
I know it. I was paid to do it.
It's blood for blood, is it, all the way down? That teaching at least was true. We were here to help them, to spread the Father's light. We were doing everything we were supposed to. We did everything right.
And what if we were lied to?
What?
The blame cannot be with us.
What man holds another to account for being lied to? If we have been misled so cruelly, then...
All I know is this, brother. There are people from the town that have taken refuge with the pagans. They live here unhurt and unharmed, but still very aware and very afraid. There is truth to their words. I walked through here in the dark, unharmed.
Regent, I know what you say is right, but what would you have me do? The woods are trying to kill me. If I speak too loudly on this, then my own father will have me killed as well. You know we should not be turning to you for answers in time like this. I know this is beyond your station.
Brother Cossington, then let me tell you truth. I am a murderer. A killer. When I had the plague and I was delirious, I lost myself. I lost myself. You didn't know my wife very well. She was not devout. She did not believe. I tried to convert her. I tried to bring her to church. When I was sick and delirious, she would not stop claiming that it was the Father's fault. That going to that church is what got me sick. That I need to think of the science of it. Brother, hear my words. I screamed and yelled. I told her she was wrong, that she blasphemes. And in my anger I shoved her. And it was over just like that. She hit the corner of her table. And she died. I am a guilty man. And I have tried to repent. I've prayed to the Father. I've offered everything.
Then why are you
I
telling
had
me
to.
this? Do you accept your fate? Is that it? Have you given up? Is that what you're telling
if
me?
I have repented as such. No, listen, man. If I have repented as such, and I have been this guilty, something that in my heart I consider unforgivable, why am I not dead and punished? Why am I allowed to try and lead these people to safety? Am I being allowed to repent? Do I serve a purpose? Or am I a wolf in sheep's clothing? I don't know. I've been trying to do the right thing. I know I did not mean to do what I did, Brother Cossington, but I've carried this weight on my shoulders. And I've tried to do right by everyone here. I'm asked, why do I care about these townsfolk who would see me dead? It is because I'm guilty.
We are all
and
guilty.
I'm trying to repent.
Some
and I
more than
believe
others.
blood for blood. It's why I've been giving my blood. For the blood I spilled. For the blood I took in the colonial army.
May well be. You're right. There's no sense in it. You are being allowed to repent. We all are being allowed to repent, else the plague would have taken us already. What does repentance then look like? Does it look like a burned manor?
That means there's a chance for survival. You've seen this thing, what it does to people. You've seen how our dead have turned up. It could kill us in one evening.
Aye, it could.
It hasn't. Why?
I had thought that it simply feeds on fear. As it is oft said, the devil does. But hearing your words now, it makes me reconsider.
I keep my word to you, Cossington. I'll not see you die in this town.
I understand.
Where's Father Andrew?
He is...
He wandered into the dark.
In prayer.
I've what you asked.
We should-
We got one. Like to return.
That's good enough. Let's go. As quickly as you can.
It changed again.
I believe you.
More signs of death, no doubt. Then we must.
Andrew.
If we are to believe that that book is the sin, then we must burn it. We must break through the waterfall. We must go to the manor, and we must do everything we can to right this wrong.
I don't disagree.
What's that over yonder? You see something in the dark.
What?
Beyond Jerome.
I don't.
It may have been. Just there. Walking. Past.
I see nothing. I see a person. It's Father Andrew.
And that is a blessing. That is a blessing. We have blessings. We still have blessings. Of that I am sure.
You are not wrong.
Let's have this conversation back at the town if we can make it there.
Yes,
Good
please,
idea.
can we go back?
Back to town.
Yes, yes, go. I'll be...
Thomas.
What was that? I don't know. I can't say. Come on.
What you were echoing is what I heard from that voice. We're being warned.
And yet we are not forsaken. We must believe we are not forsaken.
It's giving us a chance. Give me a couple moments out here, and then I will be right behind you. I want to see if whatever this is will speak to me.
Let me tell you this. I was with O'Hara. I found him. The woman in black that usually has white eyes appeared to us. She pointed at him. He stayed behind. It allowed me to walk away. I do not know his fate.
Then allow me a couple minutes. Should I die, then I'll be with the Father.
We are being given chances enough, brother. What do you see?
What? I do not see anything.
Arvis, you hold your lantern aloft, looking. You saw movement, you're certain. Was it someone wearing heavier clothing of some sort? But now you don't see anything.
I don't see anything.
It seemed like someone in heavy clothing. Robes, perhaps.
Could it be the thing that we saw in the Bailey?
It could be. And I would advise not staying out here alone.
Aye.
I still wish to remain out here for just a couple minutes. And then I'll be right behind.
If you are possessed to do so, then I pray the Father keeps you safe.
He has kept me safe this long.
Aye. Be careful.
Go with it.
Go with the Father, blood for blood. There is but one thing that still troubles me.
Speak your mind freely, brother.
If our repentance lies in the manor, why are we blocked from it?
Because evil has a name. Whatever the Lady Blackwell did, it seems sentient. I don't know if it's a curse. I don't know if it's a thing. But I believe she offered her son up to whatever this thing is. To keep moving. I think the answer to stop this or destroy it lies at the manor. And I think the only way we're getting there is through the mines.
Mines are behind the waterfall. There was some conflict on that point earlier.
What Mr. Buxton told me is mining through the waterfall would take too long.
Aye, well, he's the expert on it.
I will revisit that with him and see what he thinks now. I saw a new kind of apparition. A man made of wood. It charged past me a few times, but did not strike me. It stalked me, disappeared in front of my vision.
What's to seek these apparitions, did you? If what you say is true, then it makes sense of a lot of things I had wondered. I had thought that perhaps some of these apparitions, ghosts, particularly those of our fallen comrades, might be seeking to help us. The purity of the water, other things, perhaps some otherworldly force that goads us onwards. And yet there are still apparitions which clearly force us back, this fog being one of them. If only we could tell which one was which.
I admitted my guilt to you. It's because for the longest time I thought the people who were plagued by these visions were the guilty. But now I know that to not be true.
Do you have a register of those that have been plagued by these visions? Nella takes from the land.
In bloody town.
I was asked that question earlier by the surgeon, if I had seen anything.
Wait, you're onto something. Miss Beaumont takes from the land. Luca, the boy who died, took from the land.
Lord Regent, I must confess
the
something to you.
woodworkers.
When we were out fetching that plant for the tonic, you sent us with a very strange point of guidance that we were to take one and only one. Nella made the decision that we should not, and that we should stock up. Afterwards, she started seeing these things. Where did that number come from? How did you know that taking one was to keep us safe? If that is what has happened here.
It was a gamble. The way it was explained to me when I first spoke to this Stiora. She said that your people take too much and give nothing back. That the land is destroyed, things aren't replanted, returned. We build towns and cities, and take and take and take. And I asked her, the land that I come from, the mainland, is all like that, and I've never seen this before. And she says that such a place has been so destroyed that the gods have turned their eyes from it. Whatever that means. At first, I thought it was hogwash. I thought it was the ramblings of an angry pagan. But here they are, living in the woods, alive. 2 of them, by the way, are now dead.
Aye.
The one by the name of Garlock, with the large axe. And the one known as Red, that was trying to help us.
I'd wondered what happened to him. Oh, that is not good.
Fight those 2. They killed each other.
Oh, what rancid business. And here I had thought that I had found something of an unlikely companionship in Red.
You want the truth?
I dare say I do.
Before Miss Kaelin died, eyes went white. When she leapt, I saw her neck break. Red exhibited the same behaviors. He would wake up in strange places. I think we'll see him again.
What are we to make of this resurrection?
Perhaps they are people repenting. Reborn every time. Perhaps they're even stuck here. I don't know. An eternal purgatory.
It's all so much to process. Yet I have nothing to offer but platitudes. And affirmations of a faith which I grow less sure in by the day. How do we give back to a land?
I must tell you.
What?
Before Ed died, he told me that the Lady Fairfax tried to get him to adhere to some sort of teachings in that book of corruption. To worship something from it. The woman Stiora admitted to me that book is nothing but the dark side of the equilibrium. There is no balance to it. It is selfish, want, desire, everything. With no light, no good to it. Corruption. If Fairfax knew about it...
Miss Fairfax
she has a hand in this.
Says that she heard something. As you said, she has been pious, she has been acting. Where is she?
I have not seen her.
Neither do I.
But I know one thing. She claims that the Father himself speaks to her. I don't believe that for a second.
And yet you too have heard the voice of a god.
The reason why I allow the doubt is whatever this is, it's copied what people want most, or what they've lost. The Lady Blackwell's child, Miss Claire, hears Lucas's voice. We've seen copies of people beckoning us to dark places. I have heard the voice of my wife. That should make more sense to you now.
It should, and it does.
I know what I've done, and I'm willing to die to make it right.
She's staring now.
Nothing good. Caleb. Is everything all right?
What?
The moon. You were looking at the moon. Has everything been quiet? Red is dead. He was killed by Garlock, one of the other pagans. They killed each other. I don't say this to distress you. I need to ask you a question. I watched you throw yourself from that window. I came down and I saw your neck broken. You were dead. Didn't Red wake up with you in strange places, along with Claire? Do you think... Can you remember anything? Anything from those moments? You remember going to the waterfall, don't you?
She wants us to follow her.
Aye. So it would seem.
I am just at a loss.
That was the other thing.
Do go on.
I'm throwing my sanity out the window, Cossington. I can't apply sanity to this because there is none.
Just been
I've never
clear for a while.
experienced any of this. Ever.
I don't even know if we're still Earth anymore. With the blackness surrounding us, it may well be that the whole world is Blackwell.
Whatever the Lady Blackwell did, she angered something, and it wants retribution or payment. I was told I could ask one thing. To make my intentions clear. I said I wish to undo everything that has happened here. This evil. I did not get an answer. I was told nothing.
Before this conversation, had given quite up on putting an end to what had happened here. I had reserved that perhaps none of us were ever leaving this town. I had resolved that in these final days it stayed most prudent to focus on doing what is right. To that end,
I'm trying to focus on.
I do not think that we can expect forgiveness. But if we can find that book and burn it, we can stop anything like this from happening again. Perhaps that will earn us some peace and rest.
Whatever was in that book has already been spoken into existence.
It will have its due, I'm sure. We need a Lady Blackwell to tell us what she did. We need to know the terms of the agreement that she made.
The woman Stiora is figuring it out.
Oh. Everything I know is backwards. Is this why the father off-put the witch hunt this evening?
I'm not sure.
I do not know where we sit with that man.
He's trying to do what he believes is right.
Aye, so was Lady Blackwell, I'm sure.
No. The Lady Blackwell acted out of grief. And someone... This is the part that's important. Someone knew that and offered her this. And it has to have been someone in this town. Yes, Galen. 3. What do you mean 3?
She holds up 3 and then points at the moon.
3 nights ago.
3 of you woke up.
You woke up over there.
Why is it that she cannot speak?
I only can offer you conjecture if you wish to hear it.
Well, talking at all is a feat for a dead woman with a broken neck.
One of the creatures in the dark tried to kill her. Ever since then, she's never been able to speak. She saw something. I believe her cursed. And not of her own volition. Someone stopped you.
She holds her hand in front of one of her eyes.
Somebody slashed you across the chest. Are you saying it was for being a witch because of your eyes? Wait. Are you saying it was the Father Andrew?
When she holds her hand across her face, she's covering one eye, holding it close.
The blindfold,
When
perhaps.
she draws her fingers down, as if there was a mark or something like that she's indicating on the face.
Miss Brent. I don't understand. She knows something, is my point, and she's been silenced.
I had thought that she traded her voice for life. But I will concede to your point on this. It's all conjecture.
The day before, the Father tried to get rid of me by telling the Lady Blackwell I needed to be replaced.
What is Father Stephen's stake in all this?
I don't know, but he's been here since the start. And there's no way this went under his nose.
Well, we know that Miss Fairfax's husband, at least, was, how shall we say, practicing such things as he could study them under the Father's nose.
Was he? Was it really him?
I don't know.
How did Miss Fairfax's husband die?
I have no idea. I've always known her to be a widow.
That's the question. This one needs to be asked.
The icy water here rises up to your knees. You feel numbing and pain. The cold bites into your toes.
Oh. Father, I bless. I ask for a wee share of warmth and a fire back home. Keep me safe this day. Oh, that is brisk. Do you not have record of Mr. Fairfax's death at the Bailey? There must be something that was recorded. A story, at least.
Oh. Did you wake up by the hole up there? You woke up there. Have you heard things from there? You saw something. You heard. Did you hear the
I hear
voice?
something now.
Courage.
Father, protect us in this time. We ask that you look down on us this day, on your servants, as we look to right the wrongs of our bears. Get back. Father, We go now in your protection. We know that you see us and that you hold us in our hearts, as we hold you in ours. We ask that you guide us or oversee us, and look to us as we look to uncover this mystery and right the wrongs of your children. We know that blood must be paid for in blood. We look now to do the best we can. Please, guide us in this, our darkest hour. Guide us in this darkest hour, so that we may drive back what plagues this place, so that we may protect the others that may follow us. Blood for blood. We know that. Blood for blood.
Hold back here behind waterfall, biting, feel your teeth chattering together every moment.
You see anything?
I swear you can almost hear some of the stones. Sound.
Careful on your footing.
Rocks here are slippery without your hands. You slide a little bit. As you climb up.
Let me grab the lantern for you. You would tumble to your grave. Oh, God.
Hear almost a whisper of a sound from the stones, like you can almost feel them shaking under your hands. The sound just doesn't quite make it to your ears. You can feel it echoing through, but there's too much noise.
Oh, Father.
Is there anyone trapped down there?
If there is truth to be found,
Your boots slip against the slippery rocks and you slide down hard on the ground below.
Regent! Come! We must away! We must away!
No, wait. Courage.
What courage by night cannot be found safer in daylight?
We know of the wrongdoing done here. We know there are secrets buried beneath the stone. These people seek to undo what's been done, to give back before all is lost. They speak with gods and understand their demands.
Could swear for a moment that you hear faint footsteps behind the stone, echoing deeper into some farther cavern.
If you are forgotten, you'll be remembered. If you are trapped, you'll be set loose.
The people of Blackwell are listening. We know there are debts to be repaid, wrongs to be set right. If we can help you, we would end it. Put a stop to this cycle. Drive back this darkness. Correct what needs be done. Please.
I think we've done all we can here.
We must see this cavern opened.
Agreed. And that is what we will do tomorrow.
Careful now. It grows ever more treacherous. Come, you've already fallen. Take my hand.
Thank you, brother.
Have you no fear of it? I can't get through the stone. Do you think opening that is a mistake? There must be a reason you're all brought here.
The water was pure.
I saw the woman in black.
The water was pure.
Here.
That's what they all said earlier. The water was pure. When they head to the fog, it was unnaturally clean. That's what they all said.
I tasted it. It tastes like rot.
Nice.
Let us move on. We need not tempt fate.
Nay, we must find a warm fire and fast. Lest sickness take us before the night does.
When I came here before, I saw the woman in black. She walks this way. And then she disappeared.
I remember, often did I note the pagans threading this path. Often did I suspect that some heresy befell this place. I am sure of it now.
There was one person who definitely came here every day, and that was Father Stephen.
Aye. Aye, that it was.
Why did your father leave us? Do you know? He gave me a sob story about wanting to do better for you. Swore up and down that he came here.
Oh no. Oh, it happened again, Regent.
What? Speak to me.
Well, don't you see it?
Speak to me.
The Lady Blackwell would... The Lady Blackwell sought to return her daughter. The Lady Blackwell sought to return her son right beneath the father's nose. And now his own daughter walks again. Can't you see it?
Calm down, man. What do you mean?
I mean that whatever befell him, if he truly meant to do better by you, if you truly walk beside us once again, that there is only one way we know of that people might believe might make that happen. The father made an offering. If he truly meant to do right and he knew of Lady Blackwell's plight, if he knew of what she had done, then where is the son?
The son was said to have been buried with the husband behind the manor, but there's nothing there.
But there are caverns leading from the manor. There are caves. There are people crying for help.
How many people?
We heard it just now, did we not? A mournful wailing from the depths. You said it yourself. If this thing wants us dead, it could kill us overnight. And yet it let us know it was there. And let it is leading us to this place.
That woman in black. I saw her come here. She disappeared here. And then soon after there was a floating face of pure white behind me that disappeared when I looked at it.
There in the black!
What?
It lingers, do you not see it? There is something there. A woman in black stands there. I see her. She turns from me now and moves behind the rocks. An apparition.
Listen, brother.
Listen.
Brother, head to town. Head to town.
I will head to town.
I will take up the rear.
I will walk as fast as my boots may take me Father, see me in this dark. Father, see me in this dark. Father, see me in this dark. I look to your servant. I look now to correct what was done. To drive past the black. If this thing has been done twice, then this day have I not stopped another sacrifice. Have I not presented more heresy? I would do so again. And I would correct it. I would do what we can. Oh, damnable dark. Claim not more souls this night. Claim not more souls this night. Oh, damnable dark. Does hear you and answer. Let us chance. Let redemption not have forsaken us yet, not be so far out of reach. We have a chance, do we not? There is something you need from us, else blood price would already have been exacted. Is that not right, Father? And other gods, if you hear me above. Is that not right? Oh, damnable dark. Oh, this lantern. Never has its oil, never has the burning felt so dim. The night felt so cold. Is this what you fear now, young Blackwell? Do you claim us into dark with you? Is that right? Oh, but where is the Regent? He must not. He must. He was right behind me. He was right behind me. Lord Regent! Lord Regent, this is no time to be playing games. By the Father! Father! Back! This town is not beyond redemption yet. We shall prove it to you. We shall prove it to you. More apparitions plague me.
What do you see, Brother Cossington?
A face, white and screaming, just between the archways.
The one that was white and screaming, I've seen it.
There was no sound.
I've seen it in the Bailey. Remember, under the stairs.
It was a different face. That one was white of eye and mouth. This one was white of skin and dark of eye and mouth. Though what difference do such things make to it? The other had form, shady and black. This was just a face. An impression in the dark.
I do not see any of these.
It is gone for now. We should head to the tavern.
Then let us continue on.
And make sure that nothing else has befallen this place this night. Pray tell, did anything else come near the water?
No. It was calm and quiet. If that's lady in black wanted to do something to you, she could have. She walked past the rock.
She did.
Towards the waterfall.
She did. Oh, damnable dark. We must open that waterfall by whatever means.
And we shall.
If it is repentance we need, we will seek it there. Else, if the souls of Blackwell are to be bought with misdeeds, then, well, it must be better than this damnable rot. Rot? What is rot? It is stagnation, it is stillness. We must move forwards. We must move forwards.
It was said in the early days of this month by Stiora to Father Stephen that this town was built on a grave.
What?
I don't know if it was some sort of double entendre or meant in a different way, but what he said was clear in the middle of town. That you choose to build here on so many bodies. Wait. Wait.
The man in wood, I saw him.
It was of mud. Mud and wood, the swamp. It was of mud and wood.
It was.
Are you people who have been lost in the swamp? Is that what this is?
Jerome's sword appeared there the other day.
Here, did my people kill yours and throw them in the swamp?
Is that it?
Is that what they're guilty of?
Is that why their water is rot? Is that what rot is? It's all rot. He said, was that not what Miss Fairfax told Mr. Clive? To dig out the rot?
I have learned. I know you're listening. I have learned that we have taken too much. And I know that some of us are going to die. Perhaps even me. But would you not rather a flock that understands and revives and recovers what perhaps their ancestors have destroyed? You appear to me, but you haven't killed me. There must be a purpose.
Do not tempt it.
Let us fix this.
Do not tempt it, Regent. The fact that we are safe is mercy enough.
I deserve it. It is why I say it. And if it does not act, then there must be something I must do. That is why I keep coming back to this town, when everyone tells me I should flee. I want to do the right thing. I want to make up for what I've done.
Do not doubt it. There are many wrongs to be righted here. There are many wrongs to be righted, but we are on thin ice. We are tolerated in these lands. That much is clear. That much you have made plain to me. It does not do well to anger the restless dead.
We are not tolerated any longer.
The fact that you are not dead is mercy enough. Let us...
Perhaps I am meant to die a particular way.
Maybe it wants you in the swamp.
Eventually I will have to go look. What I don't understand is people have been murdered by these things. But none as brutally as that boy in the beginning, Lucas.
But
His
why?
torso was ripped in half.
Behind you, Lord Regent!
I see nothing.
There was a woman in black behind that pillar. To your right.
A woman in black.
Where Caelan stands now. the second time it's seen me. The third time I've seen
Are you trying to show us something?
Are you trying to show us something? Are you trying to show us something?
Are you trying to show us something?
Are you calling us
The
somewhere?
land wishes to do us in for what we've done. Are you trying to give us a chance before we're claimed? These people will learn. They wish to learn. They wish to give back. We are ignorant.
We stand here before you. Father, hold my tongue. Disciples of this land. Newcomers. If we are to die, then more will follow. We have a chance now, all of us, to build something new.
A man who is taught to be a disciple of the Father understands that there may be flaws in what we have been taught.
I am... Father, forgive me.
So too may everyone else. Show us.
What would you have
to fix this before the land claims us? Courage, brother. Is there something there, Kalen? Eyes. White.
I see them.
What do we do?
What do you want?
Are you here to destroy us? Or are you here to show us what we must do to fix what we've done?
Is that it?
The lantern, brother.
My sweating hands will not let it go. Oh.
Please. We cannot learn and undo what we've done if we are dead. We cannot help heal the land if we are dead. Our people have left scars, I know. I have learned this from these people. I myself have added to these scars. I will undo them no matter what it does to me.
People came here in search of new life, prosperity. Many of the people in this town.
Why do you hide? Why do you hide?
The people of this town came here searching new life. We carried as we always have. If there is a way to be better, let us know it.
If it wants to hear, it would have heard.
There is no
press our luck.
There is no rhyme or reason to their appearances. I have been watching to see if they are leading us in the direction, but no.
Unless there are different factions at play.
Aye, we had thought
there
as
are
much.
Several gods.
Aye, that there may be.
Mothers and sons.
I had mentioned as such, aye, that some may be helping, but some may be harming. If it is a whole people that lie and plague us, some will be forgiving and others not. If it is gods that plague us, then how are we to know the will of the divine without teachings?
By communing with them.
By communing? How do we commune with an unknown God which I still cannot believe I am saying this, we have allegedly been getting wrong for all these years? How? What more can we do but cry out into the dark as man has done since first it crawled out of caves?
Brother. This is my promise to you. I intend to learn whatever it is this Stiora knows and undo this evil. If it turns out somehow that I am wrong, if it turns out somehow I have furthered it, I will surrender myself to you and offer no resistance as an offering. I give you this assurance, so that if I am wrong, I am not lost.
Lord Regent, I have already said that if we cannot be saved, all we can do is prevent what follows. I pray that I have the strength to carry out your sacrifice.
I know you would, because these people can't.
I will try.
But it will not come to that, brother, because I believe that we will get our answers. I believe the evil is at that manor, born of a woman's grief and someone else's games. And I believe we can destroy it.
Where does Kaelin
at the cost of everything?
By itself. The girl is without fear.
Bailey. It must be hard to fear anything when you die and come back.
I believe we are all to be reborn in one sense or another by the time this is through. In fact, I believe I'm halfway there myself.
Perhaps so.
Although the night chills my feet. The water's not kind.
We'll go inside the Bailey and get warmed up. I assume everyone's mostly gone to sleep.
What rest there is to be found. Perchance that is why they plague us at night. Those dead without rest spurn the living who still enjoy oblivion's embrace.
Arvis, as you turn to look, you can see Kaelin standing near the scaffolding, looking up at the night sky. And she gestures for you to come back to where she is.
I'll be back, brother.
Very well. I should return to my own chambers myself, but I will wait for now. Oh. Thank you for subscribing, but fuck me, this has been tense. It's too late, I should be to bed. I go now to bed. Blessings of the Father on ye. I pray that you remain safe.
And the same to you, Brother Cossington. Fear not. We will figure this out one way or another.
I do not doubt it. I just pray that we find answers before they find us. I miss that church. Oh, how am I to ever feel safe again? Surely I am not. war. To think we've been murdering our own kin. If the schism is true, then those vagabonds were our brothers. Divided by distance, as well as in teachings. But once our brothers all the same. Oh, Father Stephen. What have you done? What have you? I'm fucking dead. I've got my annual target review in a couple of hours. Fuck me. Fuck me. I was real-time shaking. Hardcore style. Thank you, Vinicius, for following, as well as Jackal, Engine, and Royd Rage. Thank you for subscribing, Vertiv, Final Fantasy XIV, and God of Ale as well.